What's up, guys? Masturbate. I accidentally started the Simul a little bit earlier than I normally do. That's no problem. But generally speaking, I wait a few minutes to start it up. But anyway, it's out there in the wild, and I'm not going to do it again. So here it is. Great to see someone on Soundback, because you never know what happens to people. I I developed a connection with a lot of the regulars, and I was really worried about you, man. We hadn't heard from you in like a month, and you've been such a regular to these simuls. And normally you tell us when you're going to disappear, so um, I I was concerned, you know. But okay, good to know. I got a message from Mr. Slow also, who's a regular simul player, but he at least, you know, he was gone longer, but he told me he's got some issues, but he's okay. He can't make the stream. Good to know that someone on sound is okay. You're about to enter your first tournament. Okay, you mentioned that before, but I have a lot of students and friends who, you know, are like tacos. Um, they always chicken out, and so you're gonna go through with it. You're not gonna chicken out, because usually they chicken out. I mean, it seems like most people chicken out. Sinus. Good to see you guys. I'm gonna start taking entrance soon in the simul, but I just wanted to start with welcoming back someone on sound. All right. I prefer the increment. Uh, Someone on sound, but a lot of U.S. tournaments do this time delay crap, and you know, make sure you know the rules as far as, I don't know what the rules are in over the board play where you've got the time delay, because I don't ever use that. So we don't use that in Europe. Basically it doesn't exist. I don't know why the U.S. has to be weird about it with the time delay stuff. Increment is much more logical, but treat the be careful as far as recording the moves. I don't know what the rule is when you get low on time or something. You know, don't make yourself lose on time because you're like recording moves. Make sure you know what's up there, and I don't treat the 5 second delay like it's an increment. You know, I don't know. I would kind of like almost pretend I'm playing sudden death. You know. All right, so Move 11 is away. He's playing in the U.S. Amateur Team Championship East, which is a good tournament. I know he's on a good team, and so he told me he won the first round, but I didn't hear about his team or about the following rounds. They would be in day 2 of that tournament, which goes through tomorrow, which is a holiday 6th round. I'm gonna play weekly classical simul. My opening menu for today, because I like to play different openings, and this is our new little, I don't know, niche thing that we do. We're doing a different opening menu, so to speak, every week, and this week I'm doing the blocking the C pawn menu. So with white we're playing knight c3, with black we're playing e4 knight c6, and with black we're playing d4 knight c6. So either Nimzovich defense, Mexican defense, Chigorin, or what some people refer to as the two knights tango. What is your rating? How old are you? Low and high. My rating is low and my age is high. Who are they talking to? Maybe they're talking to someone in the stream. Okay. They're talking to someone in the chat. Okay, Asterbait, you're in. Nedeye always bails. He always bails out. He's a Nabo. Nedeye always bails out. I can't accept him. He's gonna just bail. That's not how it works here. Someone on sound is in. T Poobot doesn't bail. Tomas Strengthson is back. Yay! Alright. So we're gonna start in 20 minutes, 19 minutes to be exact. The chess pieces are the block alphabet. Alright, whatever, Marcel. So guys, please donate and support our stream. We We won't be playing the World Senior Team Championship, sadly, because my team always chickens out. But I'm looking for an alternative. I was supposed to play the World Team Championship in Albania in April, and that's bailed out now. So I'm looking to play some sort of tournament between March, April, May, and June, basically, in that range. So the first half of the year. I would like to play a tournament in the first half of the calendar year, but I don't know. I don't know what. So any donations to our summer tournament fund go toward that, and I appreciate it. What else? Astrobate someone else on Tipu Bat, Thomas Trainson, and Sinus is in. Sinus doesn't chicken out. Guys, if you do play, here's the rules. No cheating. This is a long simul. If you can't stay for 3 hours, then you shouldn't be playing. Paste. So we're playing knight c3 with white, e4 knight c6, d4 knight c6, c4 knight c6, f4 knight c6, everything knight c6, knight c3 knight c6. Probably against everything. But I reserve the right to make exceptions. For example, b4, knight c6 is actually questionable. You know, I think b4 knight c6, I looked at b5 knight d4. It's probably not that great for black, although playable. I'm not guaranteed to play knight c6 in every game, depending on what white does, you know. b4 is probably the most logical anti-knight c6 move. Alright. So, I got more sleep than usual last night. I actually had this crazy dream. It was a crazy dream where I had like I had the vivid recollection of a very detailed dream where I was playing a chess tournament, and round by round was actually in the dream. I remember like specifically at least like 4 or 5 like very detailed parts of my dream where I'm playing different games. It's unbelievable. I never had a dream like that where a chess dream about one game maybe, but I never had a dream where I went systematically through like a series of games. Not like the moves, but the opponents. I like felt like I was really, literally, really playing in a chess tournament last night. Yeah. You can't play that, but I can block you for saying stupid crap in the chat box. Okay. Hey everyone. Alright, welcome. No cheaters, long simul if you can't stay 3 hours, no London, and no bullet. Alright, we have very few players. I don't know why, you know. We still got time, and people will show up, so please be patient. If you're not patient, don't play. Anyway, Luke ES2. Elesto. Alright, let's see how many players we get. Nedai, again, you're on punishment. You can't play because you're bad, and you don't stay. You don't stay, you can't play. You can't bail on your simul games. Vladimir Kosarev is not in the Olympics. Alright, Luke ES has enough games. Medvedev, well, that's logical. We played once before. Do I want to know? Medvedev. TK72 from Kazakhstan. Not enough games. We don't trust people with not enough games. Dion. Arcity. Ion Arcity. Wow. 2400 bullet. 2400 bullet, 2200 blitz, 2234 rapid. Good, strong player there. This guy's, alright. If you guys even think about playing in that moron simul, I'm not going to play you, okay? This guy comes and he just makes a simul at the exact same time as me, even though I've been doing this for 10 years, you know. Whatever. So, if I see that you're playing in another simul, I'm not going to accept you guys. This is the real simul, okay? This is the real simul. That's just a scam artist. Don't play in his simul. All right. I gotta activate the stream. Shit. This is a new trick. We have to activate the stream. Okay. Sparkle Horse. Activate the stream. Activate the stream. Activate the stream. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. So I played a poker tournament and made the final table last night in a club poker tournament. Not a big deal, but I've had such bad luck in live poker tournaments lately that it just felt good to not have a bad result. A lot of variance, but I did win something, so that's good. But we were able to finish and get home in time, and I got enough sleep, which is unusual for me. For Saturday night, I usually get home very, 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 very late in the morning, and I actually had enough sleep to get deep dreams, like REM sleep on a Saturday night for me is like unheard of. REM sleep on Sunday morning is unheard of. Anyway, so we're gonna do this. Back to the Simul. I've got Asterbate, Luke, Sinus, Someone on Sound, T-Boobot, Thomas, Dion, and then getting my Simul players stolen by this whatever, surfer weightlifting grandmaster. Get out of here, dude. You're not serious. Alright, let's go. Come on. Guthand is blocked, but I'll let him play. He's been good more than he's been bad. JV, no. Lebu man is looking good. That's fine. Meek is playing in the evil Simul. You can't enter. You can't enter while playing in another Simul, bro. I'm not playing a Simul against someone. I'm not playing in your Simul, okay? No, I'd be playing in your Simul. You're playing a Simul. You're not serious if you play two people at the same time. You play in two Simuls at the same time, you're not serious. Alright. You're not serious, as Alonso Zapata would say. So we're waiting for players. Have you started Leeches? I started Leeches now. Yeah, unfortunately, I hadn't. And the freaking surfer boy is streaming, so great. Haven't seen his name in a long time. But P. Nefudov is here. That's important. Oh no, I just added someone random to the Simul because they stole the spot. No. No, in fact, I didn't. Snedsteg! Alright. You got a message. Oh, hi. Don't send me personal messages, okay? Hi, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, you're harassing me. Why is the GM hosting at the exact same time? Of course, because he... Well, I've been doing this for 10 years, so... He would never have noticed that or anything. Once Chess explained that to me, and I confronted him about it, and he was really, really belligerent. This is years ago. But I had been hosting the Simul on ICC for a long time, and the dude just totally blew me off and was extremely rude to me. Just explained guy. Never talked to him again. He's a complete asshole. Whatever. I don't think this guy's not... He's whatever. I've been doing this Simul since he was a 5-year-old. He doesn't count. He doesn't count. Alright, it doesn't matter. I don't care, Just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence, he doesn't stop to think about other people or anything like that. This is not the kind of person who thinks about if he's, disrupting someone else's business, or he just streams whenever he feels like it, and it's fine. I don't care, but I don't know why he's here. He belongs on chess.com, for sure. What's up? Self-promotion, man. Another self-promotion, man. Okay, Lebu man left. We still have 10 minutes to gain players. Snedsteg, did I add you? We're not going to talk about Surfer Grandmaster. I don't care. I've been doing this Simul longer than he's been, out of diapers. I really don't care about him. Should I play? Oh. Well, at least you didn't say, can you play? Because that I know how to answer. Dude, another message? Can I block this guy? Alright. Why are you sending me private messages over nothing? By the way, I hate the Lichess communication system. If you guys want to contact me, send me an email, videochesstrainer@gmail.com. The Lichess communication system is just whacked. It's very, very bad. Good to see someone on Soundback. Guys, please subscribe. Would you like to subscribe? You will resign when the Simul starts. Oh, great. Oh, you mean another game? Then don't play. You might have to leave if the game goes too long. Then don't play. You know? I mean, that's not a serious commitment. Okay. Don't do me any favors. Yeah, it's close. 2 hours. Well, this time will last 3 hours, but yeah, okay. It'll be great if you resign in a really tense position that was interesting. I'll be really psyched about that. Alright, so we got no subscriptions, no donations, and no bits. Yes! So let's say donated 5 gift subs earlier this week. And Bangtown, California donating 5 gift subs earlier this week. Thanks to you guys who are subscribers for supporting the stream. Planet X. Isn't that like... Oh, Seaford Mott's just came out with a new album. The Demise of Planet X. I haven't heard their stuff yet. They're legendary. They're good guys too. Alright. What are we gonna do? How many players we got? We need at least 20. We have 12 because of this Phosphate hosting a Simul right in front of me. Typical like bullshit behavior. Arrogant. Wannabe Grandmaster. Okay. What's up, guys? We got 12 players. It's huge. Phosphate. It's a good thing you guys don't speak Hungarian. I can curse at people in Hungarian and no one even knows it. You know, it's cool. Well, the Hungarians know it, but we don't have any Hungarians here, so we're safe. In fact, it's encouraged, insulting people in Hungarian. Having a second language makes things really cool. You can say really bad stuff about people and no one even realizes. Alright. So, this player doesn't have enough games. This player is on ban mode, and this player doesn't have enough games, or he does. Okay, Tia Mohammed Hakim is cool. They have enough games. They're in. 13 players. I'm going to repeat the rules. No cheating. It's a long Simul. If you can't stay, don't play 3+ hours. No London, no bullet. Why do I only have 12 players? Every week it gets less and less. Already I had very few players, and now I have 12. Normally I have like 20 by now, because this dude did that, you know. Stealing my players, probably. Who's not in the list? 21 players. Who's not in the list? Who's in the list of players watching the Simul chat who's not in the Simul? We have 20 players in Simul chat and only 12 in the Simul, 13. It's really sad if I have to start Simul with 15 players. I'm telling you, I'm going to have to go back to playing poker full time. Looks like chess streaming is just like a dying breed. We might have to ask Mr. Coffee to play. Ruslan Bear, alright. Mr. Coffee, hello. Are you out there? You know, you could do with the game, Mr. Coffee. You know, it's the weekend, there's no excuses not to play. Mr. Coffee, say hi to everyone. He's the man behind the green curtain. He does all the organizing and, library. He manages the chess library. We got 5 minutes to start. Mr. Coffee, take a bow for everybody. There he is. Dude, you might get sucked into playing the Simul because a certain, Phosphate stole all my players. Chess Explained style. He just did a full Chess Explained. Just stepped right in front of my Simul. So what they do is they start just a little bit in front of me because they know I host a Simul every week, and that way they can just have 25 players ready to go when they start their bullshit Grandmaster Simul. Yeah, I mean, probably he knows that I host a Simul every week. All the players are there, and they just take them. That's what idiotic Chess Explained did to me. Selfish people, they don't think about other people. It's very common in our world, unfortunately. People that only think about themselves. They walk around and they only think about themselves. They're walking down the street, they don't think about other people. They only think about themselves. They exist only for themselves. There's no thinking about, well, is something I'm going to do affect other people? Is what I'm going to do have an effect on other people, a negative effect on other people? Am I going to steal their Simul players? This is what most people do. They have no empathy. They don't think in advance about, anything but how good they look, how hot they look in the mirror. They're walking down the street, looking in the glass, checking out how they look. Yeah, we might have to start a couple minutes late because we're very short on players. Snedsteg. I'm going to hold the line with Neteye, though. He's a bad boy. He always leaves the Simul. You can't do that. I'd rather have no player than someone who always leaves. So, I'll start with a minimum of 15. Yeah, unfortunately, this has been around longer than Trump. People just don't... Mr. Coffee, no? No Simul for you? I mean, I notice it when I'm walking down the street. It's pretty common. Everyone's staring at their phone and stuff now, but even before that, it feels like 80% of people, they really don't think about anyone but themselves. Peeps are thinking you will start at the time. Oh my God, they're thinking that. They are. Oh, they are. Maybe they're thinking that they shouldn't sign up because it's too late. Is that your implication? Tipu Bot, loosen up a little. I need to wait until after 1800. Your 1800 is my 1900. Loosen up. Have a drink. You can't have a drink? Alright. I might have to go with 15 players. Mr. Coffee's in. I've been getting players. I've been getting players for a while. Aim Square. Aimbot. 16. Aimbot doesn't look good. Aimbot only has 116 players. 116 games. Yesterday, the poker tournament, I finished 5th out of 77 players. It was pretty small. Yesterday was Valentine's Day. So, a lot of people weren't playing poker. There was a notable shortage of younger people. Most of the poker players, were older. Because all the young people were going on Valentine's Day dates and stuff. Now I only have 14 players. What the hell's going on? If we had 100 players, Sensei, why do you keep closing the tab? Praying Mantis. Don't try to host a poker tournament on Valentine's Day. Alright. The other poker club in Budapest had a bigger tournament, actually. That's why there wasn't so many players. We have 2 poker clubs. Almost 3. It's a world record. Hi! Mohammed, you called me by my given name. Wow. Alright. Just start. Oof. That's not polite. It's not polite, dude. Alright. Time out. No, we're going to take him out for that. He's out. I'm going to go with 15 players. I am going to start, but without you to prove a point. All right, 15 players, mini Simul. Thank you very much, SurferBot, for fucking up my Simul. All right, so I'm doing 15 players. It's the smallest Simul I've done in like a year, at least. So I want to thank you guys for that. Mini Simul. No donations, no subscriptions. Thank you. Very, very generous. All right, knight c6, knight c6, knight c6, knight c6. And now we have a choice. I don't really like the Verisov personally. So I could play a Verisov, but I would prefer to play well, either knight f3, e4, or maybe something weird like g3 or e3. Knight c3, though, that's really funny. That's really funny. That's pretty fucking funny. Because no one ever plays knight c3 against me. At least not in a Simul. So some character... I think like someone weird would be the most likely to do that. Maybe Snedsteg or something. I don't know. Who would do that? Who would play knight c3? You know I'm going to play knight c6, so you play knight c3 first. That's very funny. Very funny. Okay, f4. Now, whatever. g6. Okay, h4. I like h4 there. We can do e4. We can also do knight f3. Knight f3 is fine. And now here, against Nefedov, I played the radical f4. But it's a bit much for a long game. It's fine for Blitz and Rapid, but I don't think we're going to do that. We're not going to do that in a Simul, in a classical Simul. I try to play quality stuff here. I think knight c3 is, even if it isn't a move that gives white any advantage, it's better than, on practical level, it's better than you think. I would be willing to wager that knight c3 would probably score plus for white overall, but the stronger players tend not to play it. So the sample sizes you're going to get if you look in a database or chess opening book are going to be like probably worse for white because mostly weaker players play it, not so much stronger players. After e4 here. So here we have a choice. We can play, what I don't like is that, I don't know what they even call it, the Norwegian guy. Some Norwegian IM or something wrote a book about that, knight f6. It's really, really bad for black. Extremely bad. Okay, so let's vary here with a knight f3. And now g3. Knight f3 and g3. I don't really like d5, d4, so we're going to play maybe e5 and see what happens. We can go with the d6. The English, okay. We can play closed English, which I used to play all the time. Or wait and see. A wait and see type policy here with like g6. This is interesting. e4, knight c6, f4. So, one thing is, for example, if e4, d6, f4, some players have recommended d5. When you see f4, it should make black want to strike the center. If it's an open kind of game, that pawn on f4 is kind of dubious. Oftentimes getting in the way of the bishop on c1, for example. So my point is that I think the Scandinavian here is actually pretty legit. This might even be black's best move. I wouldn't be surprised if this is black's best move. d5 there. So h5 in response. Could it be someone unsound? I don't think so. I don't see someone as I'm playing the modern. I mean, maybe specifically against knight c3 because you're like hoping for a transition. But if d4, then he wouldn't. Nah, it can't be someone unsound. It's someone else. Probably Snedsteg, who has a normal knight c3. I mean, has a normal g6 repertoire. Thanks, someone unsound, for donating $10. By the way, welcome back to someone unsound. He's been a huge, well, a great player, but also a great supporter of the stream, and donating every time. He donated $10 to our tournament fund for the summer. Guys, I'd really like to get some donations, subs and whatever. Thomas Strengson, also great to see you back. Knight c3, I like h4, but what do I do here? e4 with the idea of bishop c4. Okay, I think I had some blitz games like this. Now, a French type setup. We haven't seen Sun Prism in a while. He doesn't do Simuls, though. Okay. Well, against the French, we transpose to like a 2 knights variation. And then here, you play d5, d6. There's also e5, which I never really play, but Miles was very keen on that. I don't remember if I ever had a game with Miles with him playing that. We had a bunch of banter games, and after e4 knight c6, d4 e5, yeah, I did I didn't do d4 e4 knight c6. I did bishop e5 against them once. I think the only game we ever had where he played the Nimzovich against me, it was e4 knight c6, and I played the strange bishop b5, and we transposed to a Berlin. I think it was a draw, if I remember correctly. But Miles had a good score against me, especially with white. He won. He did lose once. But when you talk about knight c6, you think of Tony Miles, because he did play, a lot of Nimzovich. He loved to play Nimzovich stuff with black. I'm saddened that he died, relatively young. Very creative player. Okay, so time he doesn't seem young at the time, but in retrospect. So a huge part of English chess from that, one of the first great players from the UK in the modern history. Okay. What am I going to do now? No e4. So d4 I don't like. d4 c5, black has a good game. I don't like going into Veresovs, especially not with knight f3. So here we have stuff. We do waiting game. d4 now. That's a kind of accelerated Scotch that my friend Joe used to play. 4 knights. And then the French again. I'm not here to play the French. Why is everybody playing French against me? Pawn takes pawn. I think the computer likes pawn takes pawn or something. I have a lot of practice in this line. Now, a Sicilian is possible, obviously. We don't want to give someone unsound a Sicilian. E5 is a sort of positional threat. So, E4, G6, we're back into the Sicilian. This is likely someone unsound. So I don't like E3. E4 is a Sicilian. D4 is... It's a Dunst line. That's actually in the Link Springer book. An older book by a German author. I forget his name. There was a very good book on the Link Springer or Knight C3, but it's out of date now. Probably all needs to be reanalyzed with computers to double check a lot of lines and stuff. But D4 is a variation. It's playable. What's the problem? Well, nothing. I mean, it's not exactly Sicilian. We can try that. All right, this is a solid line. Here I have to play knight e7. I mean, knight b8 is possible, but it's very passive. And knight e7 is, I think, considered to be best. So e5, Ruslan Bear style. This is probably Ruslan Bear. You want to do an early bet? Oh no! Oh no! Azerbaijan, you tricked me. Azerbaijan never plays e4 anymore, and I told him he should try to play more e4. But I never thought you would push here. I totally put that on Ruslan Bear. He loves to play the Grand Prix attack stuff. Like f4 and e5. Anonymous player. Sorry you couldn't make it for the Simul. I know you're playing a tournament. We have a couple IMs in it. Wow. But what IMs? Old IMs or new IMs? Idaho International. The Potato Open. It's in Washington. Where did you say? Eastern Washington University. All right, e5 from Azerbaijan. Okay, this can transpose to a Nimzovich. By the way. By the by. It's a small Simul tonight because someone stole all my players. But I'm not going to rage about it, I'm not going to rage about it like I did in the past. It is what it is. He's a phosphate. Okay, check. And now bishop c4. Alright. d4 is the idea. Now we've transposed to 4 knights, so legit 4 knights. What if it's Nefedov? What would Nefedov do? Could be. That totally could be Nefedov. We're going to go under the assumption it's Nefedov. Played this line against him before. Another 4 knights. Getting a lot of knights. Early knight developments. Donaldson, okay. Oh, right. Because I saw the flyer you showed me, and Donaldson's doing like a Simul and events and stuff. Now I remember. Okay. So, yeah, John. Dude, you should ask him for some insights in his... Well, he used to be big on the Accelerated Dragon, but I don't know if he's still researching that. Okay, so... Yeah, well, why copy me? You guys are all copycatting everything. d5. A lot of copycats around here. Look at that. Okay, h6. That's not Nefedov. That could be Tomas Reinstein. Who would play h6? You know who's not here? Richard Brenton. Oh, this is some smart aleck. Who's voted the biggest smart aleck in the Simul? Don't Cry Wolf or something? Endless symmetry should eventually favor white. But not in every scenario, obviously. Check out the scenario. I don't know what to do. Uh-oh. Now I've been, tricked into playing the Verisov. I don't like that. Is G3 like a Grunfeld reversed? That's weird. G3 with a Grunfeld reversed. Let's try something different. Okay, is this Asterbait? No, this is another game. This is your other game. So see, we're having fun. And you guys are out of your books. Get out of your books. This is Acerbot with knight f3, not d4. So black can play d4, but it's probably asking a lot from the position, so to speak. So it's a little like playing chess 960. You know, we're out of the standard opening books. I need to get my bishop outside the pawn chain. Bishop g4. Bishop g4, bishop b5, queen d7. Alright, I guess this is Snet's thing. Now he's denied. Access denied. Access denied. Check. Bishop d7. Bogo reversed. Bogalyabov. Play a4. That can be construed as a waste of time as well. Alright, the birds is the words. And then the French. And you're allowing me to equalize. But knight takes c4. Best by test. This is technically his first, well, like open over the board tournament. Though he played some games in the club tournament, I know. Mr. Kofefe. We guilted Mr. Kofefe into playing. Piertz, Austrian tack in reverse. That's asking a lot. I'm not going to do that. Well, normally I would want to put my knight on e2 to not block my f-pawn. But then again, we've played h4 and the g5 square is kind of weak, so maybe this isn't a situation where you do the ordinary thing. We play knight f3, and we stick the knight on g5. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right idea. Maybe I should play bishop g5. Check. This is taking solid to a new level. I had a game with this guy, Orosh Robert. It means like Russian Robert. A couple years ago with white, I played knight f3. You know, you can't take the pawn after knight f3 because of d5. So I think technically, like, you can play bishop d3, knight f3. My game with white was like knight f3. And then, I don't know what he did. I guess he played e5. I don't remember what he did, actually. So knight d2 is a nice passive square. I like that. Nice and passive. Still, white's position is very solid. Okay, whatever. Oh, wow, if anything ever had a Ruslan, another Ruslan Bear vibe with knight takes d4. He does that in the Sicilian all the time. This is very bad for white. Fort Knoxism. Fort Knoxish. Fort Noxush. Noxus. Noxious. How do you say that word? Noxush. Noxush. Why can't I say that? What's wrong with me? Oh, Arsenal fan, nice to see you. Sorry you missed the Simul. We could have used another player of your caliber. Or any caliber. Okay. Noxious. How do you say that word? It's impossible to say it. What's wrong with me? Noxush. Noxious. Noxious. What's wrong with me? Why can't I say that? Like a poisonous sort of gas? It's quote unquote noxious? How do you say that? Noxious? Huh. I don't know. I'm confused. Alright, it had nothing to do with Arsenal fan. He just happened to walk in at that moment. Noxious. Noxious. It doesn't sound right. You know those words that just sound wrong when you say them out loud? Noxious. It sounds wrong. You know, it sounds totally wrong. It doesn't sound right. There's something wrong with that word. Noxious. Maybe it's noxious. That doesn't sound right either, but it doesn't sound as stupid as noxious. I tried. It still sounds wrong. Maybe I speak too much Hungarian. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, it's decent variation of the modern, I would think. Like Bishop G4. Oh, main line. Ew. Wow. The plate. The tectonic plate. I like this. Diagonally, 1, 2, 3 has followed. That can't be good for black. That's what I'm hoping. I don't want to put my bishop on e3 where it gets like forked by d5, d4 though. So I was thinking of an alternative square. We have to rethink about our knight though. You know, where is this going? To e2? Bishop d2, the e5 square is very weak. Do I just play bishop f4? So questions here. I don't know where to put the bishop. e5 is often a tempo. Maybe I'm being afraid of ghosts here with bishop e3. It's not likely black necessarily gets in d5, d4, but say bishop e3, c6, he's threatening d5, d4. I'm just going to put it on d2. Now, this is a Dutch. Should I check or not check? Check your gun at the door. Whatever. Yeah. I had a very similar game the other day, except e4 was in. How is that possible? How would I have e4 in? It must have been no knight on c3 with e4 in. Like a normal scotch. And I played queen c4 against my opponent. Queen c4 rather than queen, well, any other square, let's say. Computer likes c4, I would imagine. We must trade. I'm playing a weird reverse Grunfeld. Is most intuitive. Right. Thank you, Arsenal fan. I agree. Most, you know, newbies would like just trade queens or something. So that's not testing. Okay. Okay. Well, I think we have to play e5. What about take? Take. e5, take. If I don't play e5, what do I do? Knight f6? We could try a delayed sort of plan here. Knight f6, bishop e2 would transpose back into a main line. Bishop g4 King's Indian, and I'm afraid that's not good. You know, if I play knight f6, he plays bishop b2. White's position seems okay. So I think we have to strike while the proverbial iron is hot. There are some questions, but I mean, e5, d5, knight d4. I think this is right. Yeah, there's the c6. So black is a real card, you know. They're a real card. b6, a6. Should I play a3 or just not worry about it, you know? I mean, there is b5, a5 as well. I could play bishop b3 and just see what's going to happen. Oh, no. This is one of those, it's too good to believe it. I have to, like, triple check. One of those traps that happens in the Dunst opening, Asa Hoffman. Asa still kicking. But barely. Oh, by the way, my friend Emil, the farmer, had a stroke. And you guys don't know him, but he's an old Hungarian master friend of mine, and he had been declining, and I heard he's in the hospital, so that's bad. I thought he had dementia, probably vascular dementia, and then, you know, a stroke. Not good. After bishop b7, I have bishop b5. Bishop b7 is rather passive for black. So long term, one of my best Hungarian chess friends, I haven't been hanging out with him in the last years because he got kind of out of it. But yeah, he's 73, I think. He's around 73. His rating had gone way down. He hadn't been playing well and acted weird. Then this weekend, my friend told me he was in the hospital. Can't really talk. It's so tragic. I don't want to go like that, man. Hungarian health system, you know, not the best either, though. Probably nothing I can do, no matter what. All right. Preventative medicine, as my dad used to say. Preventative medicine is the best. So, you know, you have high blood pressure or something, get it diagnosed, and then maybe, you know, you save yourself from getting a stroke when you're 73. Hopefully. All right. But my friend, he was very physically healthy, just, well, mentally healthy until the last year or two. Doesn't he never took good care of himself. This is also like a, it's a reverse Grunfeld. It's depressing, but we have to live with reality. Live in reality. I saw him a couple weeks ago, and he was just kind of acting like he was acting like he was on drugs or something, like on sedatives. I mean, he didn't talk much, less than usual. I had the feeling it was some kind of medication related behavior. So queen e2 now. Knight g5, is that a move in the French? No. This isn't French though. This is something weird. It is a French actually, but you played c6, you know, so it's like a bad French. Is knight g5 valid here? You basically kind of wasted a tempo on c6. Mr. Coffee, not naming any names. Oh, I already played. You're talking about the Grunfeld-like position. Yeah. Now knight e2. But this queen f3 is a typical maneuver. Black made a lot of pawn moves, but how bad is it really? So guys, please donate and subscribe. I'm ready to rip black apart on the king side here, but they haven't castled. I mean, I'm tempted to play g4, and I have been tempted to play g4, but I feel like it's too Captain Caveman. Anybody remember Captain Caveman? That was kind of a underrated cartoon in the early 80s. Captain Caveman. Yeah. Queen f3. I don't know if it matters which way I take here. We get on a castle. I know the computer doesn't like this for white, but I don't care what the computer says. Because you're not a computer. Hopefully, you're not a computer. Knight d5, pawn takes, queen takes. I can win the piece back with knight takes e5. It's a Nimzo reversed. Interesting. So, we go knight e5. I mean, win the pawn back, whatever. Okay, we go knight e5. We lose a pawn. We take on e5. But am I really winning the pawn back, though? Yeah. Yeah, then I lose a pawn, though, at the end with f4. I'm going to have to play f4. So ultimately, it may be best to retreat. I have knight b1, b5, a4. Then there's the knight d1, you know, crawling over to f2. The crawl, the pub crawl variation. I like how The Guardian has a series of articles that would never fly in the US, but I never read them, but there's the pub that changed me. It's very cool. The pub is such an important part of like, you know, British culture. You can have a series of articles on the pub that changed me, featuring like a different story about how important the pub was. H6. The pub that changed me. Arsenal, what's the pub that changed you? H4. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is definitely Gina Rook. Who knows about H4? That's like a secret move. Feel good stories about British pubs. You gotta love that. So knight f6, attacking the e-pawn. You also have to wonder if f5 is a viable option. Because white has played h4 so early, it almost feels like it might be. So our options are countering with h5, knight f6, attacking the e4 pawn, but blocking our f pawn. And what else? d6 directly. That's about it. I would say those three. g6 is just walking right into h5 levers. c6, d6, and my knight gets stuck. So it's really one of the three. It's either d6, knight f6, or h5, and I don't really like h5. in general. I'm probably gonna go with knight f6 here, and I think we might like transpose to something. All right, back. Go back. Queen e6. Okay, so this occurs to me, right? I had the exact same position, I think, and I expected my opponent might try that move, but queen trade or no queen trade, black still has some issues. You know, I don't think it's going to change whether the queens are traded or not. So I could play another move like to avoid the exchange of queens here. It would be funny to play like queen d4, but then black could try d5. I mean, you're threatening d5 anyway, so if I exchange queens... Oh, you know what? I think this position happened. Oh, that's crazy. No, this happened in my game. I had this exact position in an offhand game. He played queen e6, I took, and then black took with the f pawn. How crazy is that? Exact position. So let's try it again. I don't know if this is the best, but it's viable. It's a viable option. Now queen g3. Because, actually, no. Wait a second. Maybe g4 is reals now. Here I was like complaining about g4. Let's say takes d5. And what? Now I go with g4. I say we kill you. We're gonna kill you. Reverse Hare Krishna. 4 knights. I can play a6 too. Smart aleck person. You don't want to commit? Well, the black has not moved their dark square bishop yet, so they can go to a potentially good square at c5. If I castle... Yeah, there's some weird questions here. Is there any point in playing like queen e2? It'd be a weird option. Playable. Not really what I wanted to do. I'm gonna castle. Clear. This knight isn't going to b2 in most cases. Although maybe if I played a4, a5, knight, b3, it takes forever. b3, knight c4, b3, knight b2, knight c4. Take me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 moves to get there. It's a long trip. c4. Proper thing to do. Knight h4. Knight h4, g6. Then what do I do? So you learn a lot by watching simuls like this. Dionelli, thanks for watching. Sextech Draw, welcome back. Thanks for the donation the other day. Bringing us over 100. We're up to 115 now. Unclear what tournament is next. I'd like to play something between March and June. So we're going to save our donation money and play a tournament between March and June. I just don't know what yet. Here we have some options. Knight g5 I've used in similar structures. In the reverse BOGO. I go back to h3, but I have too many knights fighting for f2 here. Direct plan is knight move f4. f7 is gone. Would you like to respawn? Reverse Nimzo. Now what do I do? Rook e8. You know, the standard shit, as they say. Wow, that's a lot of pawn moves. a4. Well, I won't castle into that. Is this Astrobate? No. This is another player. Okay, so a4. I don't think that that's a common move in this position. Then again, my a6 probably isn't a common move. Knight. Knight move. Knight, knight. Bishop. Rook b8. Wow. Who's this? Where's Redusa? Who's this? You're evil. This is Grunfeld. Who's the e4 player? Oh, I can play b3, actually. Maybe b3 makes a lot of sense here. Because I'm going to have to defend the pawn anyway. Why would I play anything else? Okay, so this is known, right? Very bad for white. Bishop g4. g5 is a bit much. And you did exactly what my other opponent did. And if black plays d5, good position's okay. So we go here. That's a standard move, right? Bishop c5. Now rook e1. Bishop f8. All very standard. Oh my god. That's crazy. You know that? You know about the diagonal, right? Holy moly. Pawn takes f5, pawn takes g4. Queen takes g4, g takes f5, or yeah, so pawn takes f5 isn't so great. But I can take on h5, and it's probably the right move. I would assume. Opening it up. Nimzo reversed. Boy, that's a lot of pieces in this little zone here, isn't it? Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of 12 squares are occupied by pieces. It's very tight, you know. Not a lot of breathing room there in that position. Do I have to retract my knight now? Retractor beam. If you trap my knight with, well, even knight c6 is plausible. Plausible. All right, I'm retracting. I retract my statement. Knight d4. Okay, what's this? What's this about? Now, obviously I can move my knight to a4, or we can wait and do it later. There's also queen d3. It doesn't look good. So either knight a4 or bishop e2, but if knight a4, bishop b5, bishop a6, sorry. So maybe just bishop b2. We'll keep our options open. And Astrobate, that's you. Alright. Offering me a pawn. Offering me a pawn. A central pawn. Bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes e5. When white has sacrificed the pawn for drivel, perhaps. Or is it really drivel, you know? All right, I'm going to be a principled guy and take this pawn. Here. Principled guy. Principled guy. What's up, guys? I'm going to do 10 push-ups for every donation we get. No, just kidding. That's cheesy, huh? And push-ups are not fun. So, what if I drink a vodka? A vodka shot for every subscription we get. 1 bit from someone to sound on the board. Priming the pump, if you will. So D5 is possible, but white solid setup, you know. Take knight b4. This is basically this is a Hungarian defense. For better, for worse. I don't know what else to call it. I could do g6, h6. Gina with 2, and now there were 2, and they're the leaders. Leaderboard. So my opponent did not play this move in the game we had the other day. We signed up for this. Launch. Missile launch. King b1. Okay, I can play knight e5 and prevent you from castling queenside. Knight e5 preventing from castling queenside. Let's do it. Let's do it. Well, you have that in-between move. My God. Okay, that's insane. Black is insane. I don't care. You know, I saw this move, and I just assumed I would take with the queen, but now I'm even wondering if that's the best move. You know? I kind of doubt it's even my best move. Black has d5 anyways. I'm just going to play queen g2. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of pawn moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pawn moves by white. How many moves have we played? 7 out of 8 moves are pawn moves. Comfortable with pawn moves. They're very comfortable with the pawn moves. You're threatening b4, b5? Or what? I think I need to get out of here soon. Knight g6. And we're going to immediately get out of here. Okay, so this is like very obscure. I feel like we have another card playing white, like a real funny guy. e4 takes, h3. Oh, snap, it doesn't work for me. h3, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Yeah, it doesn't work. Takes. We're dominating the position. I mean, this has to be winning for black. Now, all right, we have a question. The knight on d4 is just too important. Yeah, I think we got to trade. Masturbate, okay, good luck. And black cannot castle queenside, so we should launch. Are you threatening me with like a c5 break? I'm not afraid of that. Maybe I just play a waiting move? You're gonna castle kingside? Either way is fine with me. Whatever you want to do. So, we're going to need to break the black center. e4 doesn't seem to work. f4 is like way crazy. Way crazy. So we need knight a4. We're going to need to play knight a4, I think. And bishop d3. All right, now we can't allow d6. So We can't play c6, d6 because our knight gets stuck again. h5 is still an option, but I think the other option is interesting. The old there. And although there is a possibility here that I almost forgot. Okay, I could play c6 and if d6 and g8. Wait a minute. That could be a problem for white. c6, d6. But he'll just play c4 probably. Still, opening the position, maybe not hurting me here. Thanks everyone for watching and playing, obviously. Most of the watchers are playing. They're playing watchers. Play watchers. Watch players. Queen e1. Too slow. What do you think? e4. I'm a little bit worried about something here. Waiting move. Yeah, this doesn't look good for black. Okay, so what do I do? Take, queen takes, bishop b5, queen d5, queen e2. Yeah, it feels like I'm wasting a lot of time. Looks good. Looks good. Grand Prix attack. Close the center. If I didn't know better, I'd say Arsenal fan was playing white. This is a pro. This is a pro. Thanks, guys, for donating 3 bits. Don't over tax your finances. Don't spend them all in one place. It's pretty much like perfect play, although maybe I can try d5, huh? Takes, queen takes. Maybe not. I don't think I can do it. You can't make that work. You can't make that shit up. I'm serious. You can't make the shit up. I could take and play d5, and that's bad too. She want to sack a pawn. Whatever. Wow, Astrobate lost his mind. Why would you do that? Why? Why? Why do you have to lose your mind? Alright, it's creative. It's creative. Creative and bad. Both creative and bad. So now everything is good for black. I don't know where to start. I guess we'll just push. Very fundamental. How's my driving? Black seems like a strong player. Though they're taking their time. I have knight d5, knight d5, bishop d5. Too slow. Nothing I could do. Alright, that's what I thought. So, if I take... Does that help me? Or does that help you? If I take, you take with the c-pawn. And what does it do for me? So I think we don't take. We play a different move. Like what? We play knight g8, and then we do what we have to do. We do what we have to do. Do what you have to do. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my pawn. Knight e4, take, knight g6. No way. So f4. Preemptive. What was that? A follow? Thomas Trenson to, yeah, $5. Yes! Totally worth it. The after game analysis. Thank you, Tomas. Great to have you guys back. Even if you don't donate, it's still great to have you guys back. You and someone on sound, but especially someone on sound because you at least checked in at some point. But someone on sound, we thought he was lying in a gutter somewhere. His wife's always getting mad at him for not like telling her where he is. He's been gone for like months. Oh, thanks for letting me know you weren't going to come to the stream for like 3 months. You're the worst server communicator? Huh. Not with me. I'm glad I'm not married to you. Okay. Bishop e3. No, I'm terrible. Too. So what are we going to do? Knight f6, knight e7, c5. How does c5 help me, you know? I think knight f6. Losing a pawn is a great idea. Lose a pawn in an active way. I'm not castling queenside. That's just stupid. Knight f6, takes. Castles, move the queen. I have knight d7. I have done shit like this before. It's rather risky. Oh, I had a funny experience. I played this Italian kid, like 4 years ago in Budapest. Lost to him, and I played the Kraken against him because I saw he played the Rossalimo all the time with white, and he was well prepared. And somewhere when I was preparing, I saw his coach was Giulio Borgo, the Italian IM, who I don't even like really ever personally knew. And so it was funny because when we went to the World Senior, at the closing ceremony, or before the closing ceremony, the day before, 2 days before, I was hanging out with a friend who knew Borgo, and we were sitting around, and somehow I talked to him, and I was like, yeah, I played one of your students like 4 years ago. He's like, what? Yeah, I was like, yeah, I knew it was one of your students, even though I've never met him before. Because I thought, you know, you're very notable for this Rossalimo stuff. I played the Kraken against him to avoid like him having something he really knows, you know, and I got a good position. I actually sacked a pawn in the same way I'm sacking a pawn in that modern there. But I ended up fucking it up, and the kid beat me with the pawn lever that I missed. But anyway, it was sweet because he was really surprised that, you know, I would go to the trouble of like figuring out like who this kid's like coach was, although I don't remember how I determined it. Opening repertoire, also some kind of article I saw about him, his coaching. It was funny. So we got to hit the center here at some point. C4, before it's too late. It's already too late. Well, there's always like, you know, extreme Mamajarov type stuff. Are you threatening me? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can wait too much longer for this. No, there's no draws. Not in this position. For sure. Check. You didn't say check. Asterbay forgot to say check. And now. Yeah, the Rosslimo. I hate the Rosslimo. What do I do? Queen e8. Bishop e6. Bishop e6, knight g5. Can't afford to weaken my king's side with h6 on those light squares. Wow, that's your good bishop. I just want to, make you aware of that. It is what it is. Damn. Black's certainly not using too much time rattling off the moves here. Well, I don't know. This I know. We got a very good-looking Aliakin. So much for the kingside attack. No problem. Knight c3 played. Now, where do I go? b4 or c5? c5 is better. Wow. Black's just insane. You are insane. You have lost your marbles. You have lost your marbles completely. You are insane. 92. Okay. That's not going to cut it. Most likely. E3. E3, pawn takes pawn. Only move. But knight first. Yeah, you took pawn. I don't care. It's like, guess what? That's all I wanted to do. Like, get rid of the d5 pawn. I don't care if you want a pawn. I don't even want to take back. The pawn doesn't matter. It's the fact that you lost the central pawn on d5. I could recapture on c4, but I think my structure is kind of crap anyway, so let's just do a Sergei Kudrin-style pawn sack here. Let's develop and not concentrate on trivialities like material. Who cares? Trivialities. Who cares about material? Material is so overrated. It's totally overrated. Are you gonna castle? I'm gonna castle too. Now what do I do? Feels like white is better here. You think this is someone unsound? The blockade on b3? I don't know. I mean, it's a standard Grunfeld structure where usually we have one isolated pawn and they have two. The bishop on b4 isn't really well placed, right? It's going to have to move again in order for him to even attack my b3 pawn. So that's kind of inconvenience for him too. I think I'm fine. The question about whether it's the better move or not, though, is really up in the air. So f5. I told you guys one of our regular players and one of my students, Move 11, is playing in the U.S. amateur team. And kind of funnily, still don't know if that's a word. I had a dream last night that he attacked his opponent. And his mom, he was 20 years younger than he was. In the dream he became 20 years younger, and his mom had to come to Budapest and explain what was going on. He got banned from playing tournaments for attacking his opponent. and I his mom came here to pay me for lessons because he was, I guess, in chess jail and he had been banned. Attacking the neighbors, maybe, if it was Arsenal fan. Alright. Wow, that's a cool move. Black using no time for this game, too. Where's Morales today? Yeah, last night we had some crazy dreams. It was a kind of related part of my chess dream. Okay, I can play queen g4, but I'm not sure that does anything. I mean, c4, then I go back to e7. Yeah, maybe it doesn't hurt to play queen g4. Yeah. I mean, it is embarrassing to have a dream about somebody's mom in the first place. It's kind of weird. But, naturally, Arsenal's mind goes to the gutter. Its native location. Anyway, a6, probably not a bad move. Nimzo reversed. The native direct to the gutter. You've been in the gutter a lot of times, physically, so you're so physically used to it from all those pub crawls. Your mind ends up there as well. All right, now we got something. All right, this is starting to look good now. We finally got that juicy plan executed. Over planner. Planner's peanuts. What's this? Where's Nefedov today? What would Nefedov do? He's got the 4 knights. Probably some kind of 4 knights. You know what? Let's do queen h5. G6. So weakening the dark squares because you have no dark square bishop. And I do. Kind of glad I didn't move f4. Maybe in the long run here. Move f4. I'm like a total noob. Some dude wrote a blog. They're an IM. And I noticed this yesterday. There was a blog titled like chess moves that I played in a chess game or something. Like they wrote the blog title and chess was there twice. In chess and chess moves in chess or something. I'm like, wow. You could go with an editor. Use chess a few too many times in that like 2-sentence blog title. Chess moves in a chess game. That's a blog title. You should really like write a novel or something. I mean, horrible. I hope that English isn't the guy's first language. Oh shit. Yeah, 8 or 9 pints would normally do that to an experienced publican. He's not a Republican, he's a publican. A mere 8 or 9 pints. You must have ate something bad. That's all I can think. Something you ate. You had bad curry or something. You can't put chess moves and chess game in the same sentence. Sounds ridiculous. And you're a title player. H4. So we're both doing nothing here, doing nothing well. Who is this very good player playing white here? A master of tension. Bishop d7. Yeah, I mean we can always play like b5. I'm not sure it's great. Actually, a3, I have to be a little concerned that bishop's going to reappear on the a2, f7 diagonal. That might be a problem. b5, bishop b3, knight a5, bishop a2. Bishop e6. Then my knight is like gone. No, it has to go back to b7. Doesn't look good. This is a very, very well played opening by white. Doing nothing and doing it well. Part 1 and part 2. How about the other guy, Dragnev, the grandmaster who writes a blog called Positional Queen Sacrifices, parts 1 and 2. Okay, whatever. Positional queen sacrifices? That's so practical. Happens every day. I could see like positional rook sacrifices. I mean, but queen sacrifices, really? What do you do? Like the one example from the King's Indian where Bronstein sacks his queen in the opening? A few fancy games where famous players to sack their queens. How many players are going to be able to put that to practical use? Okay. Speaking of practical use, I was thinking this bishop... Oh, that diagonal. Alright, so f3 now. Well, that's fine. That's all fine and good. Should I consider h5? Consider it. Consideration. White's used a lot of time, down to 3 minutes. You could play like 1,000 tournament games and never do a positional queen sacrifice. It's kind of like, you know, bishop and knight checkmate. I mean, I think the likelihood is pretty much on the same level. But okay, entertainment. It sounds too technical. The title sounds technical. Positional queen sacrifice. Why not just like, you know, okay, beautiful queen sacrifice or something like that. Whatever. I like making fun of people. What can I do? I always have and always will. Sometimes my family gets annoyed with me. So this is a strong player. Rook a e8. Now bishop d6. Jeez. Colorado Gambit by Sladgy. Can I try bishop g5? Is that ridiculous? Yeah, it is. It is ridiculous. I can't even get my knights off the back row. You gotta get over the e5 square. So Giulio Borgo, no, that's Giulio Borgo, student sacrifice. Don't sacrifice your students. King takes. Pawn takes pawn. Arsenal approved. Is it mate yet? I have that e3. Knight takes followed by e3. Oh. Dude, this is rook b1. He had to do that. He's going to have to do that anyway. Man, Asterbait, you really went too far this time. You've gone too far this time. Maybe I should consider castling queenside. Pawn takes pawn, bishop h5 check. King d7. And then I can get a pawn diamond. It's easy to destroy that pawn diamond, though. Yeah, just, what do I do? Queen d7? Got another notification. Faisha 2024. So, this is a good player, too, with black. But I don't know. I mean, the Captain K-Band thing, it kind of feels like you should have done g5, you know, before. If you wanted to do that, I mean, you could have done it before. Kind of hesitated on that. A little bit of everything. Too much everything bagel here. Knight d5, knight d5, pawn takes. Bishop takes, d4, still no d4. So I have to play bishop e3. I don't have anything else. Kind of, that opening has been a bit of a fail. Castling queenside. Bishop d2. Anyone? e5 takes. Bishop takes. You're gonna seriously play e5? That sucks. I don't want to see that. So you're saying I should castle before it's too late? Uh-huh. Alright, fine. So the knight's on the back rank. This is a strong player. I mean, they've got monster control of e5. Thank God I don't have a bad bishop. That's the one good thing here. We have break with c3. My queen's in a bad place on the e line. Knight is in a very bad place. Knight f2. Gotta watch knight d5 though. Okay, I'm guarded against knight d5 because the knight's covering e3, so I could leave my queen where it is. Maybe just play... So maybe I'm best playing something like knight f3. Or maybe move my queen to d2. Queen d2 doesn't interfere with anything. It would give him knight h5 though. And it's hard to escape that harassment by those knights. Queen f3, knight e5. Black's better, but I mean, still I should be okay here. Rook f5 looks like just asking for trouble. It'll get hit by knight e7. Gotta unravel these knights. Knight f3. Knight f3, knight d5. Knight f3, knight d5, knight heading for f4. I have a move. Knight f3, knight d5, queen d2. And if knight f4, e5, then he has a move. Queen h freaking 6. Oh no. So knight f3, knight d5. Queen e2, knight f4. Okay, he maybe can't maintain it on f4. Yeah, I could play something there good, like something good. Knight h5. Let's try it. Alright, I gotta get my pieces off the back rank. Queen g4. Queen g5. Bishop g5. I don't know. Queen g3. My queen has more active moves. Queen a4. Is this really a good idea? Feels sort of weird. Do I really want to let him play like c5 with tempo? Queen g3 is inactive. Tough choice. Queen f3. Alright, seats with the pawn. Student of Giulio Borgo. You really like this pawn storm, but I didn't commit to castling. Dr. Aggresso. Okay, so I can play h5 and make you play g5, and then I'll move my knight to d7. And so what? We're the more restrained plan. You think that's somewhat unsound? It's just about psycho enough to be him. d4 or not. Knight h2, too passive. d4 takes, knight takes. I guess. You have a move there? Oh no. e3? If it's e3, it's for me. This is so sick. Yeah, Asterbait. I know I'd like to have a pawn diamond, but I'm willing to live without it. Castle's king side. Check. Bishop h5 is annoying. Yeah, alright, whatever. Bishop h6, bishop g5. You left the queen there. No worries. So against the Borgo student kid, I did something. I got carried away. I was like doing this like fancy queen maneuver to b8. I think I should have just like put my queen out there. Fancy move syndrome. Alright, speaking of fancy move syndrome, now where do I go? h7? No. Here? Yeah. b4. Eventually I'm going to have something here. d5. Takes, d5. That still doesn't fly. Who is this computer playing white? This has got to be someone really good. Well, let's see. I mean, we could guess someone on sound. Oh, it's T-Pubot. Oh my god. Alright. That also makes sense. Wasn't really someone on sound's move order type, but yeah, it's clearly a good player, a very strong player. A bad Lopez for black. Alright, so this is interesting now. I can put pressure on the c5 pawn. Or c1. Which rook? Well, f4 is oh my god. Oh my god, man. Mama Jarov. Mama. f4 is really fun. But black has counterplay. I mean, black can go knight g4. f4 is a double-edged sword for me. Very much so. It's not necessary to go into that necessarily. Maybe I should play rook c1 first and just, you know, wait and see. This is more likely someone on sound than the other game. Let's guess him again. Nope. Alright. Another opening that could be him. But I think the a45 a bit weird. You know, since I'm not committed to castling over there. Black, you know, I mean, white didn't have to do that necessarily. It doesn't have to be the right plan. This is a weird square for the knight. How the heck did black's knight end up on b6? Yeah, that's bizarre. Just like a Grand Prix attack. Well, I mean, the standard attacking plan. Queen e1. The standard. This is scary. But what happens if you play g4 there? I would just take. Okay. Now, here. And, well, I didn't really want to give you my bishop, so let's not say I did. Yeah, bishop a4. Fuck. So all I was looking at was a stupid knight d5, but he has knight h5. What engine is this? Which engine is this? Jesus. Totally playing like an engine. Wow. I hope this is not one of our regulars. It's really just the last couple of moves that are incredibly strong. The last three. Starting with rook e8. You know, I had no suspect feelings about black at all. Until that move. In retrospect, I wonder if I could have taken with the rook. But this move in particular is very... That's very subtle. Rook ae8. Leaving the other rook on f8. Brutal. Brutal. Can I sacrifice the exchange? So knight takes e4 loses a piece. I can't cover g3. Very obvious weakness. I missed that. Huge blunder. My queen needs to go to a new square now. Queen f4 continues to be a problem. Looks like I'm toast. Where? f2. h4. This is a psychopath. Or someone who's trying to be funny. One or the other. Sometimes people try to play like trolls on purpose. See how ridiculous they can play? Kind of get that feeling here that no one in their right mind would play like this with black. Whatever. Castle queenside. Yeah, I don't mind trading queens. Nefedov, are you white? No. It's a knight f3 player. I don't mind trading queens. a3, a5, standard stuff. Ruy Lopez. Yeah. Do I ever have d5? Am I ever going to have d5? What about knight d7? Is that okay? Now then you start to attack me on the king side if my knight leaves the building. There's so much tension here, and white's just better. Perfect opening by white. So unpleasant playing black here. No counterplay, just passive. I'm better off playing the freaking Petrov or something. Is it never gonna be mate? Okay, so you didn't defend the pawn, you counterattacked. Knight takes c5, queen takes c5, takes, it's a draw. What can I do? I mean, queen e3. Another, well, totally normal move. What am I going to do? All right. The knight, I've been lenient on that knight so far, but eventually I'm going to kick it out. This might be a good moment. And f5 is really not where I want to see your knight getting back into the game here. Queen e2. Oh, tricky. G4. Whoa. That's alarming. All right. Yep. Do I take on e6? Take on c5? Take on e6, take on c5. Black is a psychopath as well. If Redusa was in the Simul, this would be him. But he's not in the Simul. So I don't know who this is, but they certainly like pushing pawns. There's no doubting that. Yes. I mean, who is this? It's 10 minutes. Fearless Maniac playing black. Wow, I missed night before. Okay, we're starting to do some weird stuff now. But I think it's fine. It's fine. I just completely overlooked that move. Assuming black had to play knight b6. Would be nice to see that. This d4, okay, not what I expected. I'm having a bad day with knight d1. Knight d1 not working out very well for me today. Although here it might have some point. Knight f4. Counter Shapil. Shaquille O'Neal. Man, white is really close to becoming one with his god. Okay. Okay. Well, at least trading queens, I avoid the worst of any sort of danger to the king side. Gigantify me. Thank you, guys. Thanks for following and your donations. 1 bit, 2 bits. Anybody gonna set the record for bits donations? 100? Do I hear 100? Let's get a hype train. Come on. Any raids? Sorry, I gotta fix my chair. 100 bits. 3 from someone in sound. Dude, you're already on the board. We'll take it. Some bishops are better than others. A4. Oh, I like it. A4 bishop d1. Check that maneuver out. That looks familiar. I feel like that's happened to me before. Maybe I don't want that to happen again today. Queen h4. G3 helping white. That's great. And trading queens is such a buzzkill here. Whoa. Okay. So I'm losing the exchange, it looks like. Rook f2. A really great move. Would you like to trade dark square bishops, perhaps? I don't mind. Now we're talking. Who's talking now? Gina Rook and someone in sound. Man, it's been a long time since we had a bit battle. I tell you. A very long time. My H Rook. Rook odds. Saji played the whole game. Rook odds. It was unbelievable. There it is. C4. The move we've all been waiting for. Every time I click that diagonal, like someone moves on to the next game. I have 92 square. A4. Pawn takes pawn. Let's do it now. Black blitzing here. But it could be a mistake. Why are you blitzing? No, but I have a problem with my guy. Okay, I need to trade this. Speaking of trades, alright, we're trading queens. Trading that. Holy hang my central pawn. Where? What? You can't do that. That's insane. So bishop e7 and a3 wins the exchange. Wow. I don't know if I can survive here. If I can, I'm lucky. Count yourself lucky, man. A4? Just c3. This is brutal. This is super brutal. Oh my god. This is super brutal. Oh, you're gonna take on c5. Alright. That's so annoying. Too much maneuvering. Boogie woogie. Fine. Where's Nefedov? No Nefedov like positions today. Are you threatening something? I think you might be. Kick the knight while you can. F3, weakening color complex. Black's hanging on. KG. Cagily. Knight d4, okay. I don't care about that. F3. Just problems. Maybe rook fd1. I mean ed1. Rook ed1. Bishop e2. Better safe than sorry. Black's very active suddenly. It's not fair. How come black is like better in this insanity? Nice pawn structure you got there. It's a really nice pawn structure. Impressive. What if I played bishop d3? Okay, knight b4. We can always play bishop d3 at some point, though. I think this king is a problem. Alright. Bishop versus knight. Knight versus bishop. Queen h4. g3. Told you that's a problem. Other rook. Right. Check. Where do I put the queen? Oh. You took that way? That away? Oh my god. That's insane. We did not expect that. Wholly unexpected. Wow, this is really weird now. What a move. What a move, man. White is a genius, super genius. White is like Wile E. Coyote, super genius level. F5. Pawn takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn. 94. No. Knight g6, bishop g6. What is my knight on d7 doing? This is super genius. Knight b6. That's super stupid too. I'm like paralyzed. Okay, so that's someone unsound. I think we figured it out. This has to be someone unsound. With all those pawn moves. It's Nefyedov. I've guessed someone unsound to 3 different players and I was wrong every time. I'm terrified of someone unsound. Nefyedov, wow. I have to say, I didn't think this was you. A lot of pawn play for Nefyedov. I didn't recognize your style here. Clearly a good player playing white. As to who it was, though, I was totally off base. I did not expect Nefyedov. Here, computer needs to be consulted. How ridiculous is knight f8? It's pretty ridiculous. It's a nice knight you got there on g3. So let's say, let's say I take, and next, for my next burger, oh no. Check. Yeah. I don't know. Oh my god, what happened? Dude, where's the game? I didn't make a move. Okay. Where's my other rook? Did the go through? Did the go through? Guys, come on. Let's get some donations. 4 bits, 3 bits. At least 7 bits. You guys can't be serious. Six bits, 5 bits. What's that song? Draw offered. For 7 bits. For 7 bits, I'll accept your draw. I'll definitely accept the draw for 7 bits. Bishop e3. Alright, there it is. We can be bribed. Nah. White's better. You're better. But you played very cautiously, you know. I would say too cautiously. You're definitely better. Thank you. Buying draws. I'm buying draws. A little bit too cautious. Feels like. Now this is a monster. This was the position we were dreaming of in the beginning. A4, A5. This is a monster. Nefyedov with another move I didn't see. It's just one move I don't see after another. Horrible. He sees everything. Maybe I'll just go back. Are you going to castle queenside? Fine, I'll go back. I mean, whatever, dude. Castle queenside. You're an animal. Who is this, by the way? Someone that sound must be black. I guessed him on all the games with white. This is weird. Okay, I have to be okay here. But I think the black is better than I thought they were. You know, they're very active. Their pieces justify the bad pawn structure. This is not a bad player. Well, I feel like the structure has to be favorable for white. So rook c1. 95. Maybe I should just take that. Take now or forever hold your peace. He's so much active. So much more active than me. My pawn structure, come on. Here's pawn structure again. Knight on d1 again. Knight on d1 is always bad. c5 lever coming. Speaking of levers. So maybe this is the time to do b3. Bishop a6, knight b2. Oh, horrible. Rook f2. Risky. Do I want to know who this is? The heck is going on in this game? Do I want to know who this is? Some sort of tactical maniac. 1, 2, 3. I'm down the exchange for a pawn. But I have knight d4. Thomas Trenson. Thomas would have used more time. That was that game. Okay. I had a good position too, but I mean, this shot here with rook c1, bishop e6, knight takes c5, rook c8. Not a lot of pawn play. Knight d4. This player needs to be consulting a psychiatrist. The consulting psychiatrist was called in. Now there's an unexpected move. Queen c1. What does that do? What was my plan again? Attack the pawn. Okay. I learned that from that rook e8 guy. A lot of tough games today. This one of the better ones. 91 check. Okay, we're winning material. Finally. Wow. I am scared, but cautiously optimistic. Knight h1. Triple exclam. Emery Tate. If I don't play knight h1, I can play knight g4, but then what do I do? Knight g4, queen somewhere. Knight g4, queen where? Yeah, it's very hard to get him out of there. We need to get him out of there. I mean, that's the whole point. Get out of there. Oh, yeah. This is awkward. Oh, shit. Okay, takes. Rook b2. That's a wild move. I have to take. Am I lost? Unclear. Probably. I lost a clear exchange. Maybe I have a crazy move, like, don't see it. What is Nefedov doing? What are you doing, man? Knight b5? Where does he come up with these weird moves? Okay, I guess I should play knight to b6. It just seems to get worse. Everything gets worse. It just gets worse and worse and worse. Unbelievable. No matter what I do, he has some sort of answer. Queen b6. Knight a4. Queen a7. Maybe that's my best bet. What? Oh, knight c5. For something new and totally different. This is a strange player. Can't figure them out. Holy dark squares. Wow. What is going on, man? The Borgata. Oh, you're defending the pawn. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. It does. Look, Mom, no bad pieces. F4? Would you like to play F4? Would you like that? Are you sure? Oh my gosh. Rook takes. That's not good. Ugh. No, that's not good. You got serious problems now. Yeah. Now the A file. Alright. Can I survive? You took with the pawn you had to. Now I have chances. Yay. Chances to survive. Black didn't use much time in this game. My e-pawn. So bishop f3. I don't want to lose the a-pawn. Okay. Rook a7, bishop c5. Bishop c5 is the issue. Issue. There's bishop c6. That's stupid. Bishop d5 defending the front pawn. Frontal. Rook c1 preventing bishop c5. Now there's a move. There's a move. Rook c1 preventing bishop c5. I kind of like it. Because why not? I'm going to survive this. Looks like I'm going to survive this. White was in some trouble there. This player, very solid. A lot of solid players. I mean, this final's been filled with solid players. Sort of out of control. Are you going to fix your... Uh-huh. What, you didn't even do the move I expected. Surprising move from Nefedov there. Wow. I feel like I'm falling into some kind of trap. He castled queenside. I thought he was going to go knight a4. Oh my god. Who's crazy enough to play like this with black? Can someone please tell me? Andrea Peroni is not in the Simul. I mean, what is the point here? Bishop c3? This is insane. I think I should just maybe move the king. h6, bishop c3. Come on. Takes. Queen takes check. King f1. How about any other options? Black is a nutcase. Rook h3. That's a good move. Well, anyway, yeah, we're gonna see. Bishops are us. Ah, he's defenestrating. Knight back. Just when you thought everything was safe. Double troubles. And Queen h3 is the threat. Could this be like Tomas or something? Someone aggressive? I got nobody right. Alright. Well, we're going to give up on the guessing game. I got nobody right today. I guess no one. Too late in Bulgaria. Oh, no. It's only 1 hour difference. This is Sinus. Okay, he's a good player. Better safe than sorry. The knight on d4 is a huge issue. Was this a good move by me? I don't know. Mr. Coffee, there he is. Mr. Coffee. Wow, what is Mr. Oh, this is the French. Oh, no. Mr. Coffee lost that knight g5. I forced him to play. He wasn't mentally prepared for this. So he has that disclaimer. He has a disclaimer. Not mentally prepared to play in Simul. Forced to play against his will. Uh-oh. So knight g3. Praying Mantis with queenside b4, c4 type stuff. I can sack the exchange. It's plausible. It's probably not sound, though. Rook g4. I don't think so. You just back up. Back up a step. You were threatening me. Yeah, this is really awkward. This is someone on sound. Oh. Someone on sound is playing the... Yeah, of course. Check. So e3. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, this is kind of awkward. Rook e5, what a move. And he's used very little time. Check, knight c6. It's not going to fly. Need my knight to go to f5. What was the opening again? Oh, this crazy thing. Oh, right. So he found the super tactic. Expect to lose when you play someone on sound. But I might be able to survive here. I have knight c6. It looks like a stupid move, but on rook c5, I can move the rook to a different position to d1. Then I have a double attack. Rook takes b3, knight takes a7. Knight takes b4, rook takes f2. Yeah, that looks scary. Let's try something else. Let's try something else, shall we? Just e3. This is a new player. Okay. This is a strong player by rating. I need to blockade. Thomas is playing that. Pawn grabbeth and taketh away. Variation. And this is new. But we're hanging on. The pawn grabbeth and the pawn taketh way. Guthand. Guthand was never quite this crazy before. Castling is an option, right? G7 would be a funny move. Like, seriously. He has queen takes c1. That's so sick. He's threatening queen takes c1. He has it anyway, so I have to be really careful now. That's very bizarre. I could play h7 check. Maybe I should. Then king g7. Threatening queen takes c1. King f1, bishop takes d2. g7. Wow. King f1, bishop t. How about king d1? Duh. King d1 even better. King d1. What's wrong with king d1? Get me out of here. Yep. I could try to trade queens. Try being the active word. Damaging my own pawn structure. Luke ES. Another bad night. How many bad nights can I have in one game? That's horrible. Okay. Not a lot of options. And Mr. Coffee. Wow, what a surprise. H4, H5, sorry. What a surprise. I'm just going to have to live with it. That's all there is to it. You just have to live with it. Man, Sinus is really strong. Took this position, it looked kind of dubious for black. And now he's better. Just like crunching. And his endgame isn't usually his strong suit. Crunching me. Not known for his endgame. Mm-hmm. Bishop takes d5. Not forced. Alright. I can finally, like, move something. So that's good. Wow, b4. Well, anyways. Should I play knight a7 and try to hold? Or knight d8? Knight d8. Now we're bouncing back. It's a bounce back relationship. Rebound. Are you copying me? We have full competizione. I thought it was beyond question, but maybe not. Unbelievable. The queen ends up on a really stupid square here. G5. I can't believe this is a question that I might be worse. It's unbelievable. So subtle. I mean, I was absolutely better. I'm convinced of it. And now there's a question that I'm worse. And I don't even know why. Rook e5. Same kind of dynamic here. Wow. Alright, are you threatening me? No. Fuck, I can't do anything. So what are you threatening? I'm serious, what are you threatening? Just, is that a better endgame? G7? No big deal. It's no big deal, G7. I mean, what could possibly go wrong after G7? Bishop H6. Everything's okay. Why so crazy today? Holy pawn sacrifice. Not the only player is crazy. Alright, we're out of here. We are out of here. Nef e dav. I need to ask you a serious question. Are you threatening to play b4? If not, okay. Pawn. They resigned. Good. I had a big idea now. Thomas Trason, surprising move. Knight b5. Wow, what's that about? That's optimistic. That is optimistic, sir. Wow. G5. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Of course. This was my plan. An opportunistic surge. Praying mantis sacrificing a pan. For no apparent reason. For no apparent reason. Man, the Blue Man had a good position and he just kind of is being irrational. Such a good opening. He had me thinking I was lost. Suddenly black is worse. Here, A4. A4. I'm going to say it again, A4. I don't know. Do I really want to do that? Maybe. Alright, we're just trying to survive. Don't hurt me, please. Speaking of A4, can I help you? But if I don't do anything, I mean, I could get whaled in the center. Maybe I should seriously castle queenside. I mean, seriously castle queenside. Bishop c5. Okay, well, that's a fairly obvious move. But I mean, okay, where do you put your rook? I don't understand. Knight f3? Is this a draw? Is this a draw? You're playing for cheapos? Like knight c6, rook e3? Rook takes c5, rook e1 check, bishop f1, rook down. King g2, rook takes f1, knight takes a7. I mean, I think that's probably a draw. But I could lose it. But after knight f3... Okay, there's another trick. Knight f3, rook takes e3, rook takes c5, rook b1 check, bishop f1, and then, oh my god, that's impossible. That's impossible. You're not that kind of player who calculates that much. That's ridiculous. It's such an abstract idea. So you're telling me you calculated all of that just to play this weird move, bishop c5, when you could have played all kinds of different moves. I don't believe it. This is not even necessary. Knight f3, rook takes e3, rook takes c5, check, bishop f1, and then rook takes f3. And then I'm probably, like, losing. The other variation is less clear. But I mean, I would reject the whole thing because none of it is forced. You know, all of it is like just if I go into it. You know, why not play like a normal move? Alright. Rook e5. Bishop c5, sorry. Very strange move. Knight c6, rook takes c3, rook takes c5, rook b1 check, bishop f1, down. I take the pawn. You take with check. I move my king up. It's probably a draw. I think I take my chances with that then. Bishop h4. What does it do? I don't know why. This is the second game where Praying Mantis went nuts. That never was really his modus operandi in general, typically. Yeah, bishop h6, but that's not going to be enough. So do you even have a check? First question. Do you even have a check? You have queen takes c1 check. So if I play like queen g6, how does black not get mated? Oh, they have funny variations. Bishop h7 check here. No. So I should just take. Alright, it's fine. b5. Well, that's nice, but what does it do? a3. Takey, takey. Wow, b4. Okay. Okay. Black sacrificing a pawn now. Queen takes g5. I don't think they have enough. Yeah, I want to get clear of that issue. Alright, do I need that knight? I probably do. I've got to take and play rook d7. Never say never. I could play, yeah, I could play knight b3, actually. Knight b3. What's the point? Knight takes g7. Maybe he doesn't have a threat. King d8. Knight takes g7. Seems like he's just winning a pawn. a5. Okay, why can't I play b4? Well, why would I want to? Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, fine. So I have to hold. There's a4. King h3. Maybe I'm just losing a pawn. No big deal. Got a message. That's usually bad. You have an offer for me. Oh, God. I can't wait. An offer. Oh, no. I love it when I get offers. I've had countless... You don't know how many, like, fantastic offers I've gotten on Lichess. An offer. Alright. Do I want to know? We have a fantastic offer for you. When was the last time you guys got an offer that was something good? Like, I don't even want to see that message. If that message was like postal mail, I would throw it in the trash without opening it. Don't ever start a message with that. No, dude, no. I'm gonna just delete that. Offers are not good. So we're drifting into a slightly worse position in that endgame. I think we're absolutely okay here. We got away with this. Fortunately. What's going on the queen side? I just need to know. Kofefe. Kofefe. Cold pressed kofefe. I've got an offer for you. Don't send me any more messages. Alright. It's not even a special offer, I know. Just a regular offer. That's so dry. Yeah, at least give me a special offer. Bishop f6. Bishop h6. How do you like bishop h6? How does that strike you? How about that one? Just a subtle threat. Nothing major. Check. Getting close to mate now. Check and grab the c-pawn. Yeah, special offers are the best. The Trump campaign often has a lot of really nasty stuff. They send people now. They threaten to like deport them if they don't vote for Trump. Vote for Trump or else we'll deport you. Paid for by the Commission for Donald Trump for President. Wait, he's not even allowed to be president again. It doesn't matter. What am I doing? Rook g6? Thomas is scary. He's a scary dude. Really. Scary dude. Just relentless. The relentless pursuit of injustice. Wait, why don't I think of something better? Alright. Draw! Now there's a draw from Nefedov. Now, there's two times that Nefedov offers draws. When he's really equal or when he's lost. You can't just accept his draw blindly. I don't know. I thought I was like slightly worse most of the game. I'm alright with a draw, I think. Game Nefirov. Sorry. We need to guard. We're lucky to survive this one. That was a scary game. Check. Alright, now, speaking of scary games, we have another problem. The Kofefe. Thomas managed to get his knight to d4, but what price knight to d4? I don't know. It looks pretty scary, actually. Rook takes. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, Thomas Treinson. Oh no. I have rook takes g2. Shit. Shit, bro. Ugh, it's brutal. You deserve it, though. You deserve it. Are you threatening me? Rook f5. At some point, I'm going to need to play that move. We're also going to need to get our frickin' horse back in the game. Horse post. Horse post. Rook. Rook f5. King g7. Knight somewhere. Knight somewhere first. No, then rook f3. Fuck. Yeah, I could totally lose this. h4. That's fine. Bring. What do we got? Sergey Luga. And I am... Sorry, IGN Sam the Sweat has followed. Saxatral with a $3 donation earlier. Brings up to 123.78. Thank you, guys. Every little bit helps. So, rook 4g5 was the actual move played. Actual move. Interesting. Allowing pawn takes pawn with tempo. Which optically looks kind of weird. b4. b4 is interesting. b4, take, rook takes, pawn takes. I don't like b4 though. I mean, he's grabbing all those pawns and looks kind of awkward. Dude, I can play king takes h4. Seriously? King takes h4. This has got to be some kind of trick. He had to sack his queen. Tomas. So what has he got? Rook and knight. Rook and bishop for the queen. Exactly, rook and bishop for the queen. But his pieces are really not that well coordinated. So he should be losing, although it may not be that easy. Okay, knight f5 could be scary. But my knight and my queen are my knight and my queen. All my pieces are very active. It reminds me a little bit of my game from the World Senior, where Bellini had to sack his queen. Similar piece situation. Similar h4. Knight takes was my idea. And having a little trouble with selecting a square for my knight. Still. Okay, a4, it's not that bad. Maybe it's not that bad. It attacks c5. He has 92. All right, Mr. Tricky. We don't want Mr. Tricky getting any ideas of winning this. Right. Knight d4. Or 97. 97's covered. So it's only knight d4 now. Talking about knight d4. Yeah, it's lost. Okay. The blue man traded down in the lost king and pawn game. It is over. Mr. Slowly on sound. This is looking really bad. Do I want to go to g3? I don't think so. He saw the threat. I can pin him. Pin him and win him. That's good. Okay, he has a square. He has a square there. So maybe not. Otherwise, though, what am I going to do? Sorry? King f8 on the board. Knight f3. And rook takes f6. Knight f3, rook e2. Knight f3, rook e2. Not the best square, though. I could try knight f5. Now that's a threat. Oh, shit. Wow, that was really quite a move you got there. Knight e2, followed by rook g6. I saw it all the time. Saw it all the way. Here we go, we lost the exchange again. I don't want to be losing that with tempo. All right. The knight. Grasshopper. It is a grasshopper. Wow, I thought you were going to sack the exchange there. I should have checked first probably, but it's fine. He wins 2 draws. No loses. He had a good position earlier on. Why that check? Oh, that's a mate too. Oh, wow, that's amazing. What a surprise. How's it going, Move 11? How's your team tourney? Always check, it might be mate. Team tourney. Tell us about the team tourney. Tell us. Wow. Day 2. You're... What is it? Like, when's the next round? It's, isn't it time for round 4? If I ever tell the truth about Emery Tate. Bro, what just happened? Sinus took on d3. Oh wow, I thought it was mate too. Oh my god, I thought it was mate. It wasn't mate. Wow, I had just like resigned mentally. I thought rook h8 was mate, but it's not. Mental resignation. This is a good fortress. Are you kidding me? What? I mean, maybe rook e2 was better. I don't know. Yeah. 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 Dingo dogs. It's the Australian version of devil dogs. Wow, what if I'm winning? That'd be sick, wouldn't it? Please don't hang a piece, Sledgy. Dingo dogs. Am I making progress or making negative progress? My rook has 1 square. You're undefeated. Going into round 4. We are undefeated. We are in defeated. We are in the fetal position. C4, rook f1. Okay, rook f1. Rook g3. How would you like to trade your knight for my rook? Would you like that? Wow. It looks really brutal. Take with the queen. I could probably lose that position. His annoying defenses. Take with the pawn. I'm going to need knight g6. I can't do everything at once, unfortunately. That sucks. Takes with the pawn. Bishop h3. And we have to be winning. I put the rook on the wrong square. That was really dumb. Check and rook e4. I do not know. I love these pieces. Rook g3 anyway. Take with the queen. The queen. Tomas is a bad hombre. He's being annoying. Not rolling over and dying here. What if I go back? Oh, that's weird. Secret king moves. King d7. Someone this time is playing for 3 results. In this position, he's playing for 3 results. Sergey Luka. Something about a draw. Nietzsche. I only ever offered a draw 1 time in my life in Russian. At the time, I was studying Russian. So I thought it would be amusing to do that, but there was even one time when I was studying Russian, I used to record notation in Cyrillic. Yeah, that's rational. Very rational thing. Of course. Draws aren't legitimate results. I gave a lecture about this recently. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, draws are legitimate results. I'm just joking. Okay, rook e4. This was the plan. Trading. All right. I'm going to have to take that. I'm going to have to see your license. No draw. Check. Unfortunately, like, it's a little late to not want to draw, you know, bro. I mean, we have 4 pawns each on the same side of the board in a minor piece endgame. This is like 99% of endgames with this material distribution are draws. I can't, you know. Sorry, I'm not going to lose the drawn position, and you probably don't want to lose drawn position, so. Sometimes chess is a draw, and you just have to accept it and not be a baby about it. Don't be a baby. Check. Knight takes c4. You have no counterplay. Somewhat annoying. Check. Knight d4. Check. Aha. Nice king. Well, I have lots of moves here. Lots of moves. Yeah, my knight ended up being really problematic on a4. So much for that theory. g4, g5. The problematic knight theory. There's any way I could survive here. Yeah, this is lost. I'm gonna get rid of that. That's pissing me off. The knight is pissing me off. Sometimes you just gotta accept chess as a draw. It's an important part of the game because if draws didn't exist, the whole game wouldn't be the same, you know? The whole game would be completely different. The threat of the draw is a huge part of the game. So when we accept that, I think it's important. Accept it and move on. 3 pawns each. Shit, I could have played queen g3 check. Oh my goodness. I don't know if it's better though. I think it's better to do it this way. Yes. I am lost. I am lost. And how do you defend that pawn? Let's see. Oh no. Checky, checky, checky. Check. Oh, he could trick me somehow, though. Check, king there. No, not really. This looks bad. How about the king? King e5, king d4. It's nice that Thomas is a fighter, though. I was lucky I had that shot. It looked like he was getting in the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, if my knight wasn't in the worst possible position, it's possible I might have a slight chance to survive, but this is really bad. I'm going to resign shortly here. We're losing at least one game. Yeah. So sign us with I don't know. He became an endgame pro. It's weird because in the past he's only struggled in end games, and now he like totally outplayed me in the end game. Maybe White will lose this. I need to get my king out and about before we start the route. Disastrous 95. What if someone on sound loses? Yeah, he's always got this threat against my F2. Yeah, now White is probably lost. So he did find a way to lose it. Not a lot of options. This is looking good. I've got an outside pass pawn. Very strong. You turned down a draw in my round this morning and tried my queen trying to win. These 1400s are too solid. You mean you won against a 1400 after you trapped your own queen? You're playing a 1400? Jesus. 1400 in round 2? A 1400? What is there, like, top 3 boards all, like, 2000s or something? Maybe someone on sound is trying to lose. Wow, is this a win? Or is this a win? Unclear. Round 3. Wow, you played a 1400 on board 4 even after your team was 2-0. But I mean, their other boards must have been strong. At least decent. Oh no, he offered a draw. Now he's offering draws. The guy who will never have a draw. Holy shit, bro. Are you serious? Mr. I don't want draws is offering a draw in what is probably a lost night end game now. Unbelievable. Somewhat lucky to be alive. Am I winning? Oh shit. It's nice knowing you're... I don't know, man. You could be losing now. Uh-oh, H4. Can I checkmate him? This is going to be very tricky. I don't know if it's a win or a draw. Aha! Two connectors. I love the draw for though. After the guy made a point of like he hates draws, he doesn't want to draw. He's offering me a draw. I don't know if it's losing. Maybe, but it's not that easy. H5 might have been a mistake. That's why I wanted to take time, but you unsportsmanlikely offered me a draw while I needed to think, which is not cool. Unsportsmanlikely. Definitely not a word. What do you want to do here? Keep maximum flexibility? Or push the pawns? Poor summon on sound. He deserves to lose. Overpressing. King E3. Oh no, he has this trick. He's going to take and play King E3. Well, whatever. We got to do what we got to do. F5? No. Aha. Now things are getting much more interesting. I think we could safely say I have no losing chances. I like this endgame. A 100 seconds. No, 600 seconds. Wow, somehow I still have a plus score against someone on sound. That's unbelievable. G4, anyone? Interesting. Certainly not the most flexible move, is it? G4. Kind of like Rook C5. I see no reason to rush here. How do you stop the pawn? Wow. Knight F5? No, G3. This is very close. Maybe just Knight G6. G3, Knight D4. Knight F5. D6, H4. D7, King E7. King takes F5, H3. D8, Queen. Knight D6. H3. No, H2. I don't know. I'm probably going to mess this up. Where are you going? Are you getting mated? Somewhat checkmated. We have so many options, really. This is fun. I'm having fun now. There is G4. It's a little weakening. Really like to hold off on that. Although maybe that will give him enough to hold on. G4. G4. G4, G4, G4. G4, Rook D5. Oh yeah, that's a good move. So again, I have no losing chances. G4, Rook D5, Rook somewhere. G4, Rook D5. If I attack the pawn. I don't like attacking the pawn. Okay, let's try it. What the heck just happened? Wait a minute. So if I play like King G2, where do you go? So I'm going to have a problem. Is that what you're saying? I guess we go with the pawns now. F3 check. Check. Well, whatever. I think I have excellent winning chances here. F3 check? No. Even if it plays F5, I don't care. You know, I'll play like G5. It doesn't really change anything. White is just better. You know, even if I trade rooks, I'm better. The H pawn looks like a killer. I just don't imagine he could survive. I mean, it's going to be very hard for black to defend this. So let's see. Yeah, rook up. Okay, it's fine. What is going on? That's what's going on? King F3? Knight B2? Well, we put on a good show, at least. Yeah, Knight B2. What the fuck other move would you play? It's not going to help me, though. I'm going to be too slow. F5? King's too far away. So I need something here. I need a tempo. Check doesn't help you. You're going to have to stop the pawn directly. H4. G292. But H4. What? Yeah, of course. Of course. Of course. Sinus got back to 5 minutes. He was down to like 2 minutes. Now he has 5. Chance for undefeated Simul, but unlikely. Now G6. No, F5. I mean, I'm probably losing, but maybe there's a small chance. At least it's enough to be interesting. This also. This one I was probably winning. But no. I sort of doubt it. D6 H3. Oh, you can do that? What? That's not fair. That's not fair. King D5 isn't fair. That's unfair. Somewhat unfair. No, it's not fun. This is fun. And you have lots of time to think about it. What'd you do? Wow. Wait a minute here. Check. Somewhat unfair. That's disturbing. Yeah, maybe I'm not winning. So what happened? Wow. Right. I don't know. Is this a draw? Adverts, you're not a subscriber. Oh no, my camera. Guys, if you guys subscribe, you'll still get adverts. So subscribe. Don't forget. Check. Wait a second here. Oh no. That's terrible. My rook's trapped. Oh no, my rook's trapped. I can't believe I'm actually trying to beat someone on sound in a chess game. I'm getting overconfident, is what's happening. He's tricked me. I should be happy with the draw. Let's be realistic. Yeah. Knight on h3 is bad. King e5. F4 check. Very dangerous. Putting my rook there was stupid. F3, F4. F4 is very dangerous. I could even lose. I guess I have to move my rook again. It's very awkward. If I move my rook again, then I get rook g4. A huge problem. So, yeah, he's still... Thanks. F3. F3, F4. Knight F2. Yeah. Knight F3, that loses. What doesn't lose now? You should set chat to subscriber only. Maybe more people would subscribe. Alright, so I'm on the verge of losing now? This is so weird. Seriously. King G3 is bad, everything's bad. Really? How curious. How could I go from clearly better to like lost in one move? What is that guy talking about? Okay. Mr. Coffee, thank you. King F3 loses. King G3 loses. Knight F3 loses. Isn't that funny how this happened? I was clearly better. Like one little trick and he's winning. Are you serious? I did this? Now he's winning? Yeah, I mean, you would want your rook active, you know? Attacking two of your pawns and tying you down to f7. I mean, it's ridiculous. How could I think of such a thing? That's unbelievable. How dare I do that? I'm just immediately lost? No, I don't think so, but it's very, very precipitous. Rook over. Height train incoming. It's a good thing. I guess I have to go back. Yeah, it doesn't look great. Doubles looks fine. Knight F5. Of course, knight f5. But that doesn't work either. Shit. It's okay, I play king f6. He went knight d5 check. Wait, knight c4, not knight f5, knight c4. Are you stupid, man? Knight c4. Knight c4, knight c4. Knight c4, knight c4, knight c4, knight g2. And then what do I do? It's a draw. That's a draw. That's why knight f5 is better. It defends g3. I have to defend g3. But it's still a loss. I mean, a draw. Whatever. Loss, draw. No, I can't do it this way. There has to be another way. Wow, he's still thinking? Options. Check. Do you expect someone on sound to hammer out the most crushing move almost instantaneously? So what now? Knight f5? Why is it different now? King g6. I have to play knight f5. Oh shit. Oh no, it's a draw. It's a draw. Wow. Someone chat banned that guy. Knight c5. No way. Dude. He saw that. What? King h4. Take the knight. Very disappointing. I might have been winning. But the game should have been a draw in the first place, honestly. Although I was better. I might have been worse at some point too, so whatever. I think that sinus is torturing me on purpose. But this is pretty amusing. Lost. Probably just lost. It's really unfair. How does someone in sound have so much time, you know? And how does he win this game? This is so weird. He wouldn't agree for a draw, and then he like went out of his way to play some crazy way that gives me chances to win. instead of just offering a draw. Really annoying. I guess the computer just showed him the right way to do it. He figured it out. All right. Looks pretty bad. Still, you only have one passed pawn. Wait, check? Not a good idea. Here. Mate? Was it mate in one? I didn't see. Did you do mate in one? I don't deserve to lose this game. That's not fair. This is bullshit, man. Your tactics were bullshit. You're playing for a win in a worse position was bullshit. I hope you lose on time in your tournament game. Seriously. Alright. Now this guy feels like he's torturing me on purpose. I hope they went on time in a drawing position against you. On your, delay. I hope you lose on time. Opposite color bishop versus opposite color bishop and pawn. Or you lose on time with time delay with rook versus rook. Wow, he found this. Imagine that. He found this idea. Look at this. Look at this. Just in time. It was like, you could have crushed me 10 minutes ago, but you waited to time it perfectly so that it all looks optimal. Sinus has never gotten the win against me, strangely. It was the first time for everything. It's usually because he messes up endgames. But this one just feels like he was toying with me the whole time. I shouldn't have had any chances to even be close here. Now it's obviously a draw. Oh shit, it's not. Wow, that was close. Not. You're winning the whole time. Just trying to make it look close for the spectators. It's like he just tried to make it appear like, I had a chance. It's like fake wrestling or something. He wouldn't just kill me. Oh, so here we are. I could have, of course, had a draw, but, I was tricked into thinking my opponent. You didn't mess it up so badly. I don't think you messed it up so badly. I mean, black's up the exchange, so seems like he might have very real chances to win this position. I need to win the exchange back for it to be a draw. Of course you should have gone g5 in the opening. Everyone saw that except for you. Everyone in the room saw it. I mean, to get outplayed by you in the endgame, though, that's really weird. Endgames have always been your weakness in the games that we've played. No direct win. It's someone unsound. He just fiddled around till I did something stupid and then plays for the win. Knight f2 is a pretty good defender. I have two protected. I don't know what they are. I don't know. If I play h6, I have a protected pass pawn. I have two connected pawns. What do you call them? They're not passed. One of them's passed. I have a potential protected pass pawn. A PPP. Oh boy, here we go. King e3. I don't want to know what that does. It's like he's hoping for rook e2 check or something. Keep feeling like maybe I'm not lost. But maybe that's too optimistic. I do have a knight check on d1, which is kind of odd, but not now, but I mean in the future. It's like he's trying to lure me into a feeling like I'm gonna save the game or something, and then pull the rug out from me. He probably does like Bitcoin rug pulls. That's how he got so rich. Endgame rug pull. Tricks Saji to think he has a chance to save the game, and then do the rug pull. So knight d1 check. Not good enough. There's f4. But I do have the knight d1 check, but he has the king f4 now. Strange move, king g3. If it's strange, it's probably bad. King g3, f4 check, king g4. Something geometric about that. Probably queens on me. One of those aesthetic, someone on sound tactics. Do gift subs get chat privileges, Mr. Coffee? Are you sure about that? What do I do with I hate Jeff Bezos too, but you know, I'd still donate if it supports somebody. All right. Knight d1 check, king f4. Can I lose a pawn and still draw? Probably not. You're threatening to. What are you threatening? What if I play h4? Oh, I drop a pawn. How convenient. You got that under control. Rook a5, f4, rook f5. We do that again? No, rook f5. I'm fucked immediately. Would you expect anything else? So it looks like I have to play king g3. It's not even like there's another option. I mean... Wait a minute. King g3, f4 check, king g4. f3 check, king g3. Okay. Well, I don't know what else to do. Whatever. A form on b7? I mean Torm. Torm. You're translating the analysis from German Fritz. It says Torm. Fork on b7. Very likely in this position. It's extremely likely to see a b7 fork here. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing I have that form. I have the form on d1. My form on, you mean rook b2. You're talking about the b2 square. But the form itself is at d1. Form of a warm. Oh no. This is a good show. A record-breaking 15 games today. You know, it's not as embarrassing as the time I lost to the guy who couldn't set up the board on the right way. Like, losing to you, you don't know the coordinates. Okay, that's one thing. But there was the time in this pub in Romania where I lost this guy who, like, literally couldn't set the board up, you know, with a white square in the right corner. I was a little drunk. And I guess we started the game and I didn't realize, and then, I mean, I already realized, like, on move 2 that the board was set up wrong, but I didn't want to embarrass him by making him feel bad, you know, so I just, like, I didn't want to show off and be like, well, you have to put the corner on the right, the white has to be on the right side. And then he proceeded to beat me, you know, so I don't know if he was, like, trolling me, or I was that drunk, or he just he got lucky, or what, you know. Where's my threat again? Where's your threat? Knights on f2 are very good defenders. I mean, the fact that I have this last resort h-pawn might save me. I mean, obviously, if I don't have the h-pawn, I'm losing immediately because of failure to control, like, g3. But if he plays f3, king g3, there might be a chance I could survive. This shouldn't have happened, though. No matter how drunk I am, I never lost to me over the board. Really? I was sure I must have lost to you. There must have been a lot of draws. Nefedov likes draws. He has a huge weakness for draws. If you offer him a draw in a winning position, he'll probably take it. Yeah, Romanian pub guy. I always wish I had corrected him about the board. No, rook b2. f3, not rook b2. Wait. Well, no, I mean, I have rook a3 check. Oh, no, Reduce's going to start giving away moves again. Yeah, rook b2. Rook a3 check. He has to interpose with the other rook, and then I have to trade. Then I go h4. No, it's unclear. I have knight g4 check. Knight g4 check. Reduce, it's not that clear. It's not 100% clear. I mean, I assume he's thinking about that. he's, he's seen everything. Nefidov donating 5 gift subs. A nice round number, an even number. No, wait. No, wait, seriously. Check. Why can't I check? Check and check again. Oh, I get it. I get it. Oh, wait, this is similar. No? This is similar. Checky check. Checky chan. Knight g4 check. Wait a minute. He takes what he takes and then plays f2. This is his trap. Oh my god. Yeah, whatever. Okay, h4. Thank you, Nefidov. Nefidovian donation. Nefudation. This is so unfair if I'm lost here. It's so unfair. Why ask such a question? What am I even thinking about? Knight g4 check doesn't work. Okay. But wait a second. But I can play rook check. And then knight g4. It doesn't matter, man. Knight h3. No. Check, no. h4, no. h4. Check. King h3, rook g2, h5. Rook takes f2, rook takes f2. King takes f2, h6. I'm lost. How is it possible? Stalemate. This is bullshit, man. This is bullshit. You cheated. Check, check. King f1. Okay. Check, check, king f1. No, but I got very lucky. Producer got a gift sub. Now he can give away the winning moves with impunity. Thank you, Nefidov. 5 gift subs. Redusa Must is back on board. Praying Mantis, Warrior, and Pandabi. Wait. There's some weird moves like Rook b3, Knight d1 check. Well, yeah, I mean I can do like an in-between check. Okay, Rook b3, Knight d1 check, King e2, Knight c3 check. Depends on which rook is on b3. I can't believe he actually has to think. Unbelievable. He's actually thinking. Look at the score lately. This is the most devastating it's ever been. Seriously. Never it's been like this. 1, 1.5 out of 2, 2.5 out of 3, 3.5 out of 4, 4.5 out of 5, 5 out of 6, 5.5 out of 7, 5.5 out of 8, 6 out of 9, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 11, 9 out of 12. He's won 9 out of his last 12 against me in Simuls. Like, I think the last person to do that was someone I must have banned. It was Casabianca. Okay, so knight d1 check. Knight d1 check. What does that do? Takes h4. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, you're threatening rook g1. Knight d1 check. Where do you go? Wow. Knight d1 check. King d2. I mean, I don't think it really changes anything at the end of the day. It's unbelievable. Should I play knight g4 check? Maybe. Possible that's better. Don't ask me why. Probably not. Not really better. The truth is that it doesn't fucking matter. Holy shit, this is crazy. G6. G6 ever matter? In any position? Okay, wait. I could theoretically play rook to the second, cut him off, let him play check, and he'll check me, king h4, try to maintain the blockade. Doesn't really matter. Rook b2, check, king h4. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Takes h4. Yeah, I keep forgetting about something. I have knight d1 check, so if he takes h4, he has to play rook down to the first. Then I play h5. Check. And I lose my knight. So I play check, king e2. So takes h4, rook down, check, king e2, h5. No, of course not. For your chess. With a raid, 12 players. Thank you. Nice to see you. I like your arrow emotes. Those are cool. They look cool. Knight d1 check. Not helping me. This is not helping me. Knight g4 check. Knight g4 check, king e2. Yeah, I mean, this would be okay if it wasn't for the fact that I can't put my pieces on a good square at the right time. His rook on g3, a b3 cuts across here, and then that's always like check in some lines. Yo, a friend made them. They're really nice. That has a cool color. I like that. Okay. Rook a4. Check. No, I'm losing a piece. So I think I'm lost. It's just like lost. I can't believe it. I feel so sick. Oh my god. Check. King e2. Hold on. That's lost too. That's lost too. I mean, it's so sick. There's nothing I can do. Takes. H4. Rook b1. Knight g4 check. King e2. h5. Rook check. Yeah. It's not even close. I'm not even close. It's unbelievable. Computer 1, Sagi 0. This is so sick. I mean, I was better. And it's so sick. I just want to cry. Because I played g4. This position, it's an unlosable position. I lost an unlosable position. Because I made one tiny weakness with g4. I had the audacity to think that I could actually beat someone on sound. Because guys, look at the last 12 games. This is the last 12 games. Can you see that? You guys can't really see it because the bottom of the board. Okay, I'll show you. I should clip it or something. I can't believe it. I had the audacity to think I could beat him. I could have just offered a draw. You know? Look at this. There's no losing chances. g4. And only now I realized, not even now, only now after this lemon, and then the very strong king e5 secret move, I realized I'm like lost. Maybe there's some study like draw, but not anymore. I don't think so. h4, check. And the worst part is I can even do like king h2. King takes, rook check. Take on g1 because he has rook g2 check. There's nothing I can ever do. Wow, this is so perverse. Rook to the second, maybe? Well, alright. Check, king h4. That's it, so do that. This is hopeless. Rook a2. Knight g4 check. Just does nothing. That's the worst one. Knight g4 check, king e2. Rook somewhere. Rook somewhere. Rook where? Knight check, king e2. Rook somewhere. Knight h3. Well, first I have to get out of hanging a rook. This is so horrible. g6. Unbelievable. So heartbreaking. To lose this guy. He beats me every time. Grandmaster strength Simul opponent. The end is going to tell us like I was never even better. It was just always a draw. And I shouldn't ever think about trying to win. It's insane. I have a symbolic advantage. I can't believe g4 just straight up loses. It just straight up loses. It's just, how dare I play g4? Because of course black can get in f5. Okay, I still could have saved the game here. If I recognize the danger. If I don't know, if I play f3 check, I shouldn't lose. It's not easy anymore though. I think I'm worse now. His king is so sick. It's insane. It was back on f8, controlled by a knight on f5. It's absurd that you could have a chance to win this game. It really is. I feel very upset and robbed, and I hope you lose on time in rook versus rook. on time delay. Check, check, takes, check. There's got to be at least some way to try to save the game. Some attempt to save the game. I don't know. Whatever. Rook G1 probably wins. Would that be a blip if he just doesn't take my rook, plays that, and it wins? Blip. 80s expression. Blip on the radar screen. Check. H3. He's gonna see it. It hurts. I know. But all good players lose drawn positions. There was nothing sicker than watching Hans beat Mamajarov in the Blitz or Rapid World Championship from a totally drawn position. It was like rook and knight versus rook or something perverse. But Mamajarov had no time. I think Hans had rook and knight versus rook and pawn or something. But black got mated. Mamajarov got mated. Now what? All I need to do is sack my knight for the pawn. Easy draw. Wait a minute. Knight h3. Doesn't help. H5, check. So wrong. This is such a criminal game. I love how he keeps his 1500 rating too. That even makes it, I never thought about this. He has bullet rating after 82 games. Now all of his ratings are frozen. You only have 93 rapid games. He has 63 blitz games. Wow, that's it? That's all the games you have? Seriously? I thought he must have had more. At least his 1500 doesn't... It looks like it's provisional. But in blitz, he's 1503. Of course. He's 1503 in blitz. You're 1503 in blitz? Dude, seriously? He has a 1503 blitz rating. Haha. Nice blitz rating. Wow, that's impressive. The knight pawn. The famous knight pawn endgame. If I could just get queen versus knight pawn, everything will be okay. Thanks for beating me again, someone on sound. Always a pleasure to lose to you every week. It never gets old, you know. I mean, I just... And try to lower your blitz rating a little bit, you know, and make it active so that, you know, so that when you're beating me, you know, we don't want it to be provisional. Try to lose a game or two, get it active down to 1499, so it'll really look bad for me. That I'm losing 10 out of the last 13 games to someone who's 1499 in blitz. That'll make me feel better. But it's always fun, a different way every time. Right. F2 and it's over. I know Nefidov, you never played him because he never plays except in Simuls. Since he doesn't play in Simuls, and you're not doing the Simuls, it does become hard to play against him. That is odd, isn't it? That is odd. That's a coincidence? I think that we need an Illuminati for that. That is weird. Nefidov has never played someone on sound. Does that mean you're the same person? You're just the nice someone on sound? He's the mean someone on sound? It is possible he I've been doing this for a long time. It is possible somewhere in the last 5 years he did once or twice. He did once or twice. Not very often. I'm not even sure, actually. I'm not even sure that once or twice. Actually, maybe not. He has played in my stream. I feel like maybe he never even played in the Tuesday. The rook pawn is a draw. It's a famous draw. Queen and king versus king and rook pawn. Stalemate. Ugh. Bro. At least play king f3. At least play king f3. I mean, come on. Give me a chance to get a stalemate. This is just mean. Alright, there's still a chance. King g4. Well, I should play king f4, no? Not beating me that easy. See, look at that. It's a draw. See that? That's a draw. Oh no. Wait. I thought it was stalemate. You have pawn. There's not even a possible stalemate. It's not even a possible stalemate. I'm not going to give him the satisfaction. This is so stupid. The computer's going to say I was never better. Yeah. This is such bullshit, man. Rook takes h7. White's better by 0.1. So, it was all a stage managed. He knew that it was a draw. And so he did the stage managed attempt to make me think I was better. Right there. He moves his king out to c5. What is the point of that? Why not just offer a draw or something? It's unbelievable. Rook b7. Engine number 1 move. Not rook a7, rook b7. King e4, engine number 1 move. Coincidence? So I'm still okay until f5. Even g5 is okay. Yeah, he checked with the engine already. It was rook f6 that loses. But it was too risky to play g4. I mean, it was just not necessary. It's easy to say, well, the computer said rook f6 loses. What am I doing? Realistically, I have no winning chances. So I should have just, moved back and forth. It was stupid to move a pawn forward. Ultimately, yeah, that's the best advantage you can ever get against someone on sound. I was plus 0.3, Nefidov. Actually, now it's taking it back. Yeah, okay. Plus 0.2. This is the best my position got. Plus 0.2. Actually, plus 0.1. It's close to 0 when you go down. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, how dare I imagine that I might be better and you made a mistake. You would never make a mistake. This was all like a plot. Yeah. So this was a really weird opening. I played once in Blitz, I think. It's like a Grunfeld reversed. I remembered H5 being an idea. You can try it on the next move. This is what I think like Kaidanov would probably play. But here, you're like, well, yeah, engine second best move. Engine number one move. We'll do that. He just happens to play the engine number one move here. He's not a Grunfeld player. He's not a D4 player. But he comes up with engine number one move. What a surprise. Which no master has ever played before. So even if you get him out of his quote-unquote book, he still plays engine number one moves in the opening. Apparently H5 was very strong. But the move that stumped everyone was you give up your center with D takes C, which I think is a practical mistake. And then you come up with this thing where you tactic me with the unbelievable bishop e6. Okay, rook c1 is probably a mistake. I'm looking at stuff like f4, but I know this is too dangerous. So it depends on who I'm playing. I don't know who I'm playing at this point. I think it's just a random guy. And now I get caught in this whirlwind of tactics. So rook b c8 was better. Okay, but the weird thing about that is that when I take on e6, you take on c2, I take on c2, you take on c2, I take on f8, and then my piece is trapped. Whoops. So that's a problem. So you went the wrong way with the rook. A very, very unusual mistake. And so now I have a way out. That was lucky. I was lucky. You did the wrong rook. And I found a good move. But rook e5, bro, I was like, what is this? Engine number 4 move only? That's weird. The engine number 4 move. And e3 just asking for it. And now you didn't play rook c5, which I expected. You played bishop c5. And now on this, you have this weird tactic, but it's a draw. I had calculated it was a draw. What did you miss? I mean, do you have something better here? There's some bizarre move. Rook on be1. What? Rook on be1? Wow. You gonna trap my knight or something? What? Rook on be1? Knight b5, rook e2, rook f5, and rook e5. Fuck. You can force a trade of rooks. Knight d4. Now, if you were really a computer, you would find that. Then you force the trade of rooks. And then we get this theoretical endgame that I don't know. That's... I don't know if this is a draw or not. You know, maybe Lichess, 9-piece table base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, this is like... shit. It's 10 pieces. It's not going to be in the table base. Wow. Yeah. So this is a draw. Yeah, and then you know what happened at the end. 100 moves of 0, and then he, you know, got me to overcommit. Tricked me into thinking that I'm better. It's so funny, too, because I almost didn't play g4. I said, you know what, maybe I won't do g4, I'll do something else. And I was like, no, I can't do it. Like, it was so stupid. I understood the risk there. Upton. Wow, 10 cent pawn loss from that guy with 0 inaccuracies. Holy shit. Wow. What? That's crazy, bro. I never would have pegged white for that in that game. I thought it was like a normal game. White played lamely in the opening, but he never made a single inaccuracy. That is creepy, bro. That is really creepy. Sinus with a win. Vampire ears. Bat ears. So the opening was badly played. H6. People are doing that. Bishop D3 novelty. Rook E1 dubious. What other move do I have here? A3. But I'm going to still have to do that. Are you serious? Rook E1 dubious? Bishop C4 was best. Good old Bishop C4 down a tempo. D6, Bishop F1, and then you had G5. Of course you have G5. I was scared. I mean, that's the point, right? I committed to castling. I was lucky that I got out of that. Yeah, now I'm clearly better. This is insane. I thought I was playing like a beginner or something. H takes G4 is a mistake. Wow. Now who would guess that? Yeah, I thought I was better here based on pawn structure. I am better, but I blew it. After H4, I'm just worse. It's wild. It's just wild. I mean, the queens are coming off. I figure, worst case scenario, I just solidify. You can play F3. I should have played F3 at some point, but I kept hesitating. You played a really good game. Maximum, I had a draw at 2 points. You didn't mess it up, though. Okay, here you messed up something. King H3 was too risky, but what am I supposed to play? Rook H1? I'm losing the pawn. I don't think I should even play A3. You know, maybe I should just play like Rook H1 right away. Nope. Apparently, I'm virtually lost, though. I mean, I'm basically very close to lost. Yeah, King H3 was an afterthought, but I didn't know how I could justify this. B5's hanging. Okay, let's play B4 first. B4 first. Then A B4, Knight E4, and I'm okay. Wow. So King H3 was a huge mistake. You let me off. I could have taken with the G pawn. I thought about it, and I tried to be fancy. But this is suicide. Suicide. So you let me off again. Holy shit. I had this. And it's a draw. I never ever thought about it. Because what happens if like Rook G6? King H5? No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, that's sick. If King H5, Knight F4 check takes Rook G2. How sick is that? Check. King F6. E5 check. King F5. Rook F7 check. King E4. Then he takes C5 check. King F3. Rook D3 check. King E2. Guess what? No more checks. That'd be pretty amusing. That would have been fun. Rook E1 loses to this beautiful Knight F4 idea. I almost survived, but never really. You were always winning here. Yeah, I am not surprised that that was lost. That variation doesn't do anything. Thomas Trainson was doing fine. I sacked that pawn in the opening. Kind of curious about it. Oh, so this has been played. But I mean, should I? Ultimately, that's the question that is on everybody's mind. So C5 is the main move. I had a similar game with Kozak Adam. I did this kind of thing. Yeah, we had a game like this. And I ended up playing like Knight E7, I think. Which I drew. In the same variation. Yeah. This is sound. Queen e3. Engine number one move. Wow. Here I thought I have full compensation. The engine doesn't agree. Well, I mean, computer is a computer. But the dynamic is on the table. As I've argued many times, in obscure bishop's material doesn't matter as much. H4 was a little risky. I played some good moves. And I thought G5 was good, but the engine doesn't like it. But if I don't do G5, what do I do? Queen D8, G3. Queen D8. I mean, Queen D8 doesn't even threaten anything because C7 is attacked. I don't know. So the engine doesn't like me wrecking my structure, but you can't take. Okay. You have to play G takes H. And you have your pawn up, and you have a better structure. Yeah. So this was really super dangerous. I missed G4. I thought, no, I didn't think. I don't know. I just totally spaced. Maybe I saw G4 before and I forgot about it. Yeah, that was suicide. So you just kind of committed suicide and then I blew it again. Yeah, you made the second blunder allowing rook takes G2. Okay. What? Oh, I had it right away. Oh, God. I had it right away and I missed it. Oh, my God. I did this and you left it there. Oh, no. Okay. So I had it right away. Ah. Yeah, you were overconfident. There's a lot to be learned from that game. Nefedov with a draw. Whew, Nefedov 0 inaccuracies. This was fantastic. Totally not Nefedov style. I mean, it is a king pawn game, but I wouldn't know what to expect here. Maybe I don't know what to expect. I played D takes E, so D5. This I don't expect from Nefedov. A lot of players playing C4 is not a great line. So H4 is like, wow, number one move. Nefedov swallowed an encyclopedia. Okay, knight F6, and now F3 right away. Bishop D3. No one found F3. Bishop D3 and knight C3. Knight C3 is sort of weird. So this is totally new territory. Although we'll find lots of games in Lee chess. C4, number one move. Knight G8. And now Pavel playing knight C3. Theoretical novelty by Nefedov. And bishop C5 best. And now F3. And I'm playing a Nimzo player or something, a queen pawn player. Here he is again. Nefedov even played C4, and he's castling queenside. He shows amazing flexibility in playing different kinds of positions. It must be the beer. It brings it out in him, His wild and crazy. And the E takes D5, man, I have to say, I did not expect E takes D5. But in retrospect, it was a good decision because you have more pawns if you want to castle queenside. Knight G6 was a blunder. I thought you would take. I didn't know who I was playing, but I thought the player with white would likely take. And then they went there, and I said, oh shit, I made a mistake. Okay, so I lost a lot of time. And now this is a mistake, apparently. I thought you would play knight A4. So I think that Nefedov makes an error here, allowing me to trade pieces. But apparently I'm lost anyway. Takes, check, king B1. And black is just too far behind in development. This. Yeah, so I made far more mistakes than you. And you were clearly better. But, Yeah, not the right decision here to play it the way he played it. I'm surprised White's that much better, though. Wow, plus 2.5. You wasted time. And when he checked the engine, it said, slightly better. Clearly better. Draw. Yeah, I didn't, really seriously consider not taking your draw offer. You are better. I was going to play King B8. I didn't see Knight A4. It looks like it's a shot. You got a shot there. Oof. That devastates my position. So I have to play King D8. Karpov. I might have seen it. I might have seen it. Hopefully. All right, Nefedov. Well played outside your box. Mr. Coffee, what happened? He fell into a trap in the opening. Gutand, I don't know how to explain that. That was really insane what you did. One of my only good games. The H4, H5, E4 attack. And Black should transpose to a Sicilian. Arsenal fan stopped and he was like, oh, I don't think that's a good structure for Black. But at some point it almost looked like Black wasn't so bad in this game. Yeah, I mean, castling is insane. He castled. It's crazy. It's crazy to castle into that diagonal. Alright. And then any other games? No Morales today. Asterbait. Not your best. Why F4? You're going back to your old school. Okay. Well, anyway, F4 is fine. D5 is the best move. Now, E5 is engine number 1 move. Wow. Okay. And then F6, novelty. D4 transposes back. You should play D4. But still, you sacked a pawn. Why not recapture? I don't think this is so bad, bro. You have to do this. You have to do this. Takes, and sack the pawn. And you can play D4. But, I mean, ultimately you have some kind of compensation. I'm a little bit less developed. So I think that Asterbait, this is crazy what he did. He does D4 now. The gambit is not that bad. Asterbait, you should do this. It's not that easy for me. You're only minus 0.7. That was a huge, huge mistake playing D4. After that, your position is really bad. This is bad. I don't mind that you resigned, although I still think you resigned too early, as usual. And I didn't see it. You resigned before I came back to the board. Alright, not a good opening. Tipu bot, better all the way. Just a perfect game, of course. I thought it was Summon Unsound. And then Apocalypse Now, a Praying Mantis. I mean, Praying Mantis did it again. The second game where they went nuts. And it's not their normal style. The position was kind of balanced. And then all of a sudden, White goes crazy. Knight C1 was a good move. You kicked me back. And then Knight G3, okay, whatever. And then B4, okay, whatever. And then B5. Okay, B5 is an aggressive idea. But you can't play it unless you calculate it works. If not, you stay on the king side and the queen side is just a draw. Right, just in case you think I was diddling, the computer didn't like the following moves. Well, I don't know about move 5, but that range in 12 through 17, yeah. I agree. I think you were just fiddling around. It's much harder to play black here. Knight G3 is normal. A3 is weird. It's fine, though. I mean, actually, A3 is a good move. It's a little slow. I don't know what to do. I figured the computer would say, A5, but A6 is safer. And now, okay. You could play Rook B1. You know, so you don't weaken the diagonal. This move's not so bad. B4 is not so bad. None of your moves were bad. They were just, it felt like you should do something more direct, but I don't know if there was anything more direct. I mean, I think putting the bishop on b3, which you eventually did, you didn't really play badly. Like, everything made sense. No. I mean, don't overly concern yourself with my criticism. I think that you played, you know, very controlled. It wasn't like you did nothing, but yeah, no. It was a good position. I would easily take white here. That was a perfect game. It's very difficult to play black in those types of positions. There's no plan. Ruslan Bear, inexplicable. Bishop takes f7. You know, this has been played Mamajaro so. I don't know if that was blitz or what. But there's a funny thing. I had actually looked at this. And, you know, it's shocking to see that some masters have actually played this with white. Knight g1. And it's just like over. Ruslan Bear must be like renting his account out to other players or something. And then finally, Praying Mantis we looked at. Alright, guys. Bowman. Bowman had a good position, dude. I thought I was toast here, by the way. Knight d1 is bad. Good to know. I wanted to play Knight d5, continuing my Thomas Reinson theme, but I'm down a pawn. You know, I'm like freaking white. Like, what am I doing? I was like, wait a minute. Do I really want to do this? Be down a pawn? Okay, if you play f6, I take, and it's a draw. Yeah, bishop f4. So he played really well, this guy, in the opening. Knight d1's a mistake. Bishop e7. And then ef4, bishop f4, rook a e8. I was like, oh my god, it's an engine. All best moves. And then I missed knight h5. So he was like a computer until he wasn't. This is a huge blunder. Yeah, black should play f5 now with a very strong initiative. This lets me simplify. And I get to trade his knight on g3 with knight h1. It's so sick. It's unbelievable. Knight h1, triple exclam, Emery Tate style. Yeah, if he should be serious about chess and wants to play this position for a win with black, after knight h1, you have to play knight h5. Seriously, I think you have to play knight h5. That's the move, dude. I mean, my knight is on h1. Anyway, I gotta go. Thanks everyone for playing. We'll be back on Tuesday or Wednesday with Tournament Tuesday, Wednesday. And other than that, you know, thanks everyone for your support. And we'll thank you kindly for playing. No paramedics necessary. We'll see you on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thank you. Bye-bye.